Welcome to the 2019 Track Cat Clash hosted by Emerald Bowl in Houston, Texas, and also Sam Houston State University. This is our first match of the tournament. We have 2 more days after today, so we have 3 full days that we still have to watch of bowling. Our first match today is our host team, Sam Houston State, on the left in the orange and black. And on the right, their opponent is Alabama State in the gold and black. Sam Houston State with a quick lead in the first frame. Sam Houston State comes into this tournament ranked number 5. They are in the Southland Bowling League under the umbrella of the Southland Conference, excuse me. Alabama State comes into this tournament currently unranked, looking to get some quality wins here against quality competition. There's 6 top 10 teams at this event. 10 of them are top 25. So out of 16 teams that are here, 10 of them are top 25. So there's a lot of good wins out here for someone like Alabama State. And after a Sam Houston gutter in the second frame, and an Alabama State turkey, or 3 strikes in a row, they have, after starting with an open, a quick recovery and a little bit of a lead now. Alabama State continuing that streak of strikes. Now onto a 4-bagger. If you watch PBA on television or even live streaming, if you listen to Rob Stone, he's kind of dubbed 4 strikes in a row the ham bone. It's had some mixed reviews in the bowling world, but it seems like it's kind of stuck a little bit, so ham bone from Alabama State. Lots of excited parents around. Full house. It's a 40-lane center, and all of these teams were taking up the entire center. We're all spaced out. There's also practice pairs. We have the live stream pair. So there's a lot of people, and all the extra space is very useful in a tournament like this for bowling. Sam Houston State continuing to struggle a little bit after a spare in the first and second frame. 44 in the 4th frame. Down by about 50. Sam Houston State trying to make up for some of those opens now. Today's format for Friday, so for today only, the format is 5 sets of 5 Baker games. Total pinfall, so they will bowl 5 of these Baker games before they move on to the next pair. Baker, if you are unfamiliar with that term, it's something unique to bowling. And basically, it's when you have a 5-person lineup and each person only bowls 2 frames in the entire game. So you have your lineup, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it repeats again in the same order, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So if you bowl the first frame, you're also bowling the 6th frame. If you bowl the second frame, you're also bowling the 7th, and so on. These types of matches are a little bit quicker, a little bit more exciting to watch, so we should potentially have some good matches. Looks like we're gonna have a pretty good match to open up this tournament today. Sam Houston down by just a little bit. Down by a lot of it, actually, in the first game of this first match. 50 pins at least, maybe even 60. Sam Houston with 106 in the 8th, but they're on a strike. And Alabama State is going to be in the 170s with a spare here in the 9th. So that's an open in the 9th frame for Alabama State, which will open the door for Sam Houston to at least get back some of these pins. Again, it's total pinfall, so it's not necessarily head-to-head matches. It doesn't matter if they lose this individual game. It's just who has the higher pinfall after 5 games on this pair against this team. So 207 max for Alabama State. Now 197 max for Alabama State. Still a good game to open with. 2 opens in that game, though. They could have had a much higher score this game. Lost some wood on that strike there, too. 6-0 in the 9th frame. Sam Houston looking like they're still trying to find the pocket. I've seen multiple washouts already so far. Washouts are, they look kind of like a split, but in the bowling world, if you leave any pin combination with the head pin, it's not considered a split, even if they are on opposite sides of the lane. If it has any head pin combination at all, it's known as a washout and not a split. So that's the difference between a split and a washout. This washout has the head pin in it. Sam Houston can strike out for 154. Alabama State still has 197 in the wood. And they do, in fact, get their 197. Solid first game for Alabama State. I'm sure they'll be happy with that. Off to an early lead against a quality opponent in Sam Houston State. So 150 in the wood, 154 exactly for Bea Hernandez, the anchor bowler for Sam Houston. Alabama will have the early lead in this match, though. So they will switch lanes after every game. So you just saw them switch lanes, so they'll bowl the whole second game of this match on the other lanes. So Alabama State's now on 11, Sam Houston is now on 12, and they'll continue to switch and flip-flop until the match is over. So first game, Alabama State 197, Sam Houston State 154. That's a 43-pin lead for Alabama State with 4 more Baker games to go in this match. So still a lot of time for Sam Houston, but they did not look all that lined up yet. So we'll see if they can figure out this lane, and we'll see if Alabama State has the same issues on lane 11 that Sam Houston had. And not a good start for Sam Houston. Don't really want to see that in the first frame after a game that they're coming off of. Makeup will spare, though. Washouts, so this is an example of a washout, has the head pin in the combination. They're also generally, at least when I bowled, and I bowled for Sam Houston in 2011, graduated in 2012, so I bowled 2 years here at Sam Houston. And back when I bowled, in our stats that we kept for ourselves, washouts were always considered makeable spares. So it's kind of an incentive to, A, not leave them, because there's a strong chance that it affects your spare percentage for the season, but also just because they're not easy to make, and you generally don't want to be making a habit of missing the head pin too much. But Lynn Fischler, the senior from Sam Houston, had no problem making that spare. So 6 spare in the first frame, good spare, making that washout. Alabama State off to another strong start, 9 spare strike in the first and second frame. And that's another gutter from Sam Houston on a spare. They did the exact same thing last game. This is almost exactly how the last game started for them. I think it was 9 spare though. But a gutter on a spare is not good. You give up all of that extra wood. On spares, you get the 10 pins from knocking them all down in your first frame, but then you also get the total pins from your next shot. So if you throw a gutter on a spare, you only get 10 pins instead of, for example, if you threw a strike, you would have 20 then in the first frame. Strikes are a little bit different also. On strikes, the scoring works that it's your 10 pins from knocking them down, so you get 10 pins in that frame just from knocking all 10 pins down. But then you also get your next 2 shots added into that same frame. So if you have a turkey in the first, second, and third frame, you will have a 30 in the first frame because you get 10 pins from your strike, and then you get 10 pins from your second shot after that strike, and then you get another 10 pins from your your second shot after that. So you get 10 pins for your first shot and your second shot, so a total of 30 pins in your first frame. So that's how the scoring works. It's a little bit confusing, but lucky for me and everyone, automatic scoring does it for us now. So we don't necessarily have to be concerned about manually keeping score. Sam Houston needs to figure something out. That's a lot of gutters. Alabama State really, I mean, just can stay clean, and they're gaining a lot of pins just by Sam Houston giving away pins on those gutters on spares. That's a huge, huge amount of pins to give away. That's 30 pins at least that they've given away in 12 frames total. Up now for Sam Houston State, the junior Haley Connolly, seeing if she can break this trend of gutter spare, gutter spare. And she does. They're really playing close to the edge though. I guess high risk, high reward. Bailey Chapman up on the left lane for Alabama State. She's the anchor. Alabama State is in Montgomery, Alabama. Bea Hernandez on the other lane for Sam Houston State with the big 4. Bea is a sophomore. Alabama State really looking strong this opening match at this cat clash here in Houston, Texas. They're up by 20 pins in the 5th frame, but Alabama State is working on a double, so they're gonna have more pins to get back from all those extra shots that you get from the strikes, just the way the scoring works. Lynn Fischler on the right lane, lane 12, left-hander. She is a senior, one of 2 seniors on this Sam Houston State team. She joined Sam Houston from Israel, so one of the international student athletes on Sam Houston. Elise Chambers just threw that strike there on lane 12 for Sam Houston. Elise Chambers, member of Junior Team USA in 2019, for 2019, I should say. Elise Chambers from the Orlando area of Florida. Kat Dickerson with that ring 10 for Sam Houston on lane 12. She is the other, so the second senior on the team. She's a transfer don't know exactly where she transferred from, but I know that she is a transfer for Sam Houston, but she's one of the seniors, so she is getting honored in all the senior activities and festivities that are going on. Alabama State with another open in the 9th frame. Generally, that's not beneficial. I mean, just in general, not generally, but overall, you don't want to have opens really at all, but in the 9th and 10th frames in particular, it's really important to stay clean or fill your frames. Make your spares or get strikes. And that is a 2-4-10 from the anchor Bailey Chapman of Alabama State. So Sam Houston might be able to get some of these pins back, even though they've given away a lot of pins on gutters and spares. So Sam Houston can strike out for 186. Alabama State can spare this and strike for 182. So Sam Houston may be able to get some of these pins back. They still got to work for it, though. Bea Hernandez demonstrating why she has been the anchor bowler since she was a freshman. Sam Houston State coming off of a big tournament win at the Tulane hosted event. It was about 2 weeks ago. It was Sam Houston's NCAA opener. They went 11-2 at the tournament. Good solid win to start the event. So Alabama State does in fact leave that split on the deck. So that's a total 171 for Alabama State. So Sam Houston is going to get some of these pins back. And that is a 186 total for Sam Houston. So they got back 15 of those pins.
Come on, Randy, start us up.
Which means that Alabama State still has a 28-pin lead. There's 3 more games in this in this total pinfall 5-game Baker match. It's a little bit of a mouthful, but again, they're bowling 5 Baker games, and the total pinfall of those 5 Baker games will get the win or loss on their record. Leadoff bowler for Alabama State, Miranda Remmel, up on the right lane. So in our field today, these are our teams that we have. Of course, we have Alabama State and Sam Houston State here in our featured pair, but we also have Arkansas State, who comes into this event ranked number 6, also in the Southland Bowling League. We have Duquesne coming into this event ranked number 20. We have Jackson State, who's coming into this tournament unranked. La Tech, so Louisiana Tech, coming into this event ranked number 17. Then we have McKendree, the defending champions of this event, and the number 2 ranked team in the country. We also have Nebraska here. Nebraska is ranked number 4. We also have North Carolina A&T, coming from the MEAC conference, also number 8, ranking. Prairie View A&M is another member of our field today. Prairie View comes into this event unranked. Southern University also comes into this event unranked. We have Stephen F. Austin, the rivals of Sam Houston State, currently ranked number 3. They're also in the Southland Bowling League. Texas Southern is another member of this field. They come into this event unranked. We have Tulane coming into the event ranked number 14. Upper Iowa is another team coming into the event unranked. And the final member of our field this weekend is Youngstown State, also again in the Southland Bowling League, preseason ranked number 23. So that's our field. Field of 16. We'll be with you all weekend. Today we started at about 10 a.m. Tomorrow we will start at 9:30, and then Sunday is an early day. It's also daylight savings, so if you want to tune in for some of those final matches, make sure that you have the right time. But we'll start at about a little before 8:30, about 8:15 we'll start our stream here. Looks like we have a pretty close match, pretty close game at least in this match. Sam Houston is trailing Alabama State by 23 pins total. 28 pins, excuse me. Both teams with a 9 miss in the 5th frame. And both teams with a 107 in the 5th frame. Sam Houston spared in the 6th. Alabama State opened in the 6th, though. We'll see if Sam Houston can take advantage of getting some of these extra pins. And they do. Elise Chambers threw a strike that time on that spare. So they now have 127 in the 6th and a little bit of a lead now in this game against Alabama State, trying to rally after being down 43 pins after the first game. If anybody wants to know what any of the other teams are doing, I can keep you updated. We don't have cameras everywhere, but we can certainly send someone down to check scores of certain teams, get updates, and if there's anything really cool that's going on, we can move around some of our cameras to see if we can get some of that footage to show you all. Usually we can tell if anything is happening because certain areas of the center will get louder. You can post any of that in the chat if you are looking for a specific team or a specific person. Sam Houston looks to have found their rhythm. With the exception of that open in the 5th frame, they had a pretty solid game going. So does Alabama State, though. They're not just giving it to them here. Bea Hernandez. Unless she can bounce pins off of the backdrop or get lucky somehow, looks like she will have opens in both of her frames this game. So for as good of a game that Sam Houston bowled, strike-wise at least, and they had a lot of strikes that game. They had 6 strikes. They only shot 212. That's what untimely opens will do for you, especially in the 10th frame. Alabama State, however, also opens in the 9th frame. That's all 3 games in a row, I think, for Alabama State that they've opened in the 9th frame. They can shoot 193 if Bailey Chapman strikes out. She gets the first one. So either way, Sam Houston's going to get back some of these pins. Depending on what Chapman does here, will depend on how many pins they make up. They may even be able to take a lead. And Chapman does her job. Throws 3 strikes in the 10th frame for 193. So that's final score. Sam Houston State 212. Alabama State 193. So that's a 19-pin increase for Sam Houston. For that game, at least. They have cut the total lead of Alabama State's to 9. So the first game, Alabama State was winning by 43. After the second game, the lead was only 28, and now it's only 9. So Sam Houston doing what they are familiar with doing, throwing strikes and winning matches, and getting back into matches. Alabama State, though, looks pretty good still. if there's any place where it's not necessarily a bad thing to throw a gutter, it's in the very first frame. Because there's no impact. You could have 9 spare, you can have 0 spare, and if you strike out, you're still going to shoot 290, even if you threw it in the gutter on the first shot. So, you know, you don't necessarily want to be shooting at a full rack for a spare. But if they can, in fact, get the spare, won't affect them, but comes up a little bit light, leaves the 3-6. So open frame to start for Sam Houston in this 4th game of 5 Baker games. Gabby Hossein for Alabama State, shooting the 3-6-10, unfortunately takes the 3-pin straight back. It's not a fun spare to shoot at, the 3-6-10. I never liked shooting that spare. If you add the 9-pin to that also, absolutely nothing that I would want to be shooting at. The 3-6-9-10. Anything with double wood can get really tricky, but that one in particular, it's kind of widely agreed upon to be one of the more difficult, if not the most difficult spare to make on a consistent basis. Third bowler for Alabama State, Alize Stevenson, going through her pre-shot routine, trying to make sure they don't let this lead get away from them. Sam Houston seems to be really up and down. I certainly know the struggle of striker open. That was kind of my thing when I was bowling. So believe me, I can relate, but it's not a good habit to be in. It's not a good way to find success always. Stevenson went through the nose, left a big split. Kat Dickerson for Sam Houston on the right lane. Finally gets a mark on the board for Sam Houston in the 3rd frame of the game. Alize Stevenson made a good run at it. She only got 2 out of 5, but that's how you need to make that split. Haley Connolly. Junior for Sam Houston. Started in the 3 spot, but Coach Hagan, the head coach for Sam Houston State, made a switch, I think after the 2nd game. After the 1st or 2nd game, they switched. Haley went from the 3 spot to the 4 spot, switching with Kat Dickerson. So you can make lineup changes even in this Baker format. But if you make a change, if you pull someone out of the lineup, you can't put them back in until the game ends. So if you pull someone out, they're out for that game. If you change their lineup, you can only change it if they haven't thrown a shot yet in the game. So if they've if Haley was bowling third and Coach Hagan wanted her to go fourth, she would have to bowl the fourth frame. If she had already bowled the third frame, she wouldn't be able to bowl the ninth frame, which would be the second half of the 4 spot. So most teams travel with at least 8 people, so 5 people total for a complete lineup, at least for a full lineup. And then you have a couple people on the bench usually. Sometimes they'll give you different looks. Sometimes it's good to have some good spare shooters on the bench so that if, you know, a crazy leave comes up, or if it's a left-handed split, you can put a right-hander in to shoot the spare, or vice versa. If you have a left-hander on the bench, you can put that left-hander in to shoot some of the harder spares for right-handers. There's a lot of kind of strategy that goes on in bowling that, unless you're really familiar with bowling, you may not really know all of the strategy that goes into bowling. Especially at this college level where there's different types of bowling. There's team bowling, there's individual bowling, there's Baker matches, there's regular matches, there's head-to-head matches, there's wins and losses. This setting in NCAA bowling in particular, you don't find it really anywhere else. Stevenson threw a messenger over in front of that 10-pin. A little bit of bad luck there. Could have fallen. More of a high rev player, Alize Stevenson is. It's becoming more common on the women's side of bowling to have higher rev rates, but still, you know, not all the time do you see women that can really get into, you know, 350, 400 RPMs. Kat Dickerson for Sam Houston State, she's another one that has one of the higher rev rates. So here in this 4th game of this 5-game Baker match, Sam Houston has about a 10-pin lead in this game. That's about their lead, or that's about Alabama State's lead in the match. So Sam Houston trying to make a comeback after being down by a lot in the first game. They lost by 43 the first game, so they had a lot of pins to make up. And that's what makes double wood spares tricky. Because Allison's sledge there, if that double wood wasn't there, that would be a spare. What I mean by double wood is if there's a pin directly behind another pin. So the 3-pin and the 2-pin are the only pin combinations that can have double wood, because the 8-pin and the 9-pin are directly behind those 2 pins. So you have to get the angle necessary to get all of the front pins, but you also have to have the push through the pins and the drive to get that back pin out. Otherwise, what we just saw, the pin will just deflect in front of it, or the ball will just deflect in front of it, and you'll leave that back pin. That's what makes those double woods so difficult. Not an easy spare here from Bailey Chapman either. Little baby split, but the 9-10 there, since they're right next to each other, you have to be perfect on how you hit between them, or else you'll only get one. So not a great game there from Alabama State. 5 opens in that game for 136, and Sam Houston looks like they're going to take a lead in the 4th game of this match. Sam Houston's got 181 if they strike out. Just saw their coach Hagan sending one of his players over to the warm-up pair. Perhaps another change coming up. Sam Houston, they had a rhythm there in that 3rd game, the last game a little bit, but they still had a few opens. And they don't look comfortable yet. They don't look like they just don't look comfortable on the lanes yet. So maybe later, as the day goes on and the lanes break down, perhaps when they can move left and kind of throw it more right, maybe we'll see some better scores from them. But right now they don't look, I don't think they look comfortable. And Bea Hernandez again does her job. So that's final score 181 to Alabama State's 136. That's a 45-pin advantage for just that game, which now means that Sam Houston State has taken the lead in this match by 36 pins after a 45-pin win in that 4th game.
Good.
Since they didn't switch lanes this match, I'm gonna assume that whoever has the higher pinfall, or maybe it's the higher seed, I'm not exactly sure how it works, but clearly Sam Houston was able to choose the lane for this last game here in this match, which is a common thing in tournaments. Sam Houston's the higher seed, so it's very likely that they go by seed. And Sam Houston seemed to like this lane, so they're gonna stay on it for this last game of this match and see if they can hold on after coming back from 43 down to now being 36 up. Elise Chambers with the pin combination that I was talking about earlier, the 3, 6, 9, 10. Not an easy spare at all. I don't think I ever actually had a game plan for this spare, to be honest. I think I just got up there with my strike ball and moved a little bit left, threw it a little bit more right, and hoped that I hit the 3-6. Elise looked like she had a little bit of a better game plan than I ever did for that spare. Threw plastic at it. So a spare ball. But did in fact get that back pin out, so good spare from Elise Chambers. We may have some additional announcers joining me throughout the day. This live stream is being put on by Sam Houston State University and the Mass Communications Department, and also Sam Houston Athletics. So this is the Bearcat Sports Network YouTube page. And then we have students here and mass communication faculty in the Department of Mass Communication at Sam Houston State here running the live stream. So we'll use this opportunity to get them, some students, some experience on air if they are so choose to have it. So you may hear some other voices with me. They also, fair warning, probably don't know a whole lot about bowling. So we'll most likely be, going through some of the jargon, talking about the leaves, just getting into kind of the nitty-gritty of bowling that unless you really know bowling, you probably don't know about bowling. So I think it'll be a good little informative time when the students do jump on. And it'll be good experience for them too. Sam Houston clean through 4 frames. I think that's the first time we can say that this match for either team. Not positive though, don't quote me on that, but there have been a lot of opens so far. A lot of splits, a lot of gutter balls. Miranda Remmel for Alabama State coming up a little light. Her leave there, the 2-4-5. That's another one of those spares that it can get really tricky if that 8-pin is behind the 2-pin, but in this case it's not, so it makes the spare much easier because you don't have to worry about your ball driving through those pins. Sam Houston State still clean. Alabama State with an open in the 4th. They have 36 pins to make up if they want to win this match. They were leading after 3 games, and then Sam Houston gained 45 in the last game. More of a bad game from Alabama State, though, than a good game from Sam Houston. Lynn Fischler with the spare for Sam Houston. Gabby Hossein looking to do the same for Alabama State. And she does. So Sam Houston with a little bit of a lead in the 6th frame so far. And I may have spoken a little bit too soon. I assumed that all the gutter balls were out, but that's another gutter on a spare for Sam Houston. That's at least 4 that I've seen in this match. That's a lot of pins. And Alabama State takes advantage. So instead of having a lead in the 6th frame, that gutter actually, now they're behind in the 6th frame. Alabama State has a little bit of a lead. And Elise Chambers has a full rack to shoot at for a spare. And that was awfully close to being another gutter, but hooked up and actually ended up going high for a 0-6. Not a good frame. So they lost 10 pins at least, or at most, on that gutter and then the 6 count. So they have 100 in the 6th and 106 in the 7th. It doesn't even make sense in my mind to say that out loud. Alabama State looking to stay clean and make this as close of a match as they possibly can. It's not over. Sam Houston has to show up in these last few frames. Good spare there from Kat Dickerson in the 8th frame for Sam Houston. Bailey Chapman throws the first one in the 10th. They can shoot 194 total if Bailey Chapman strikes out. Sam Houston can shoot 186 if they strike out. Didn't like that one. She pulled out of it right away. But went Brooklyn, tripped the 610. Can't really complain about that. And it is looking like Sam Houston is going to sneak away with a win here. Not a very pretty match to open this, but Sam Houston, the higher ranked team, did in fact get this win. Bea Hernandez just going up in the 10th frame to finish it out. She throws a strike, and that will in fact do it. Spare from Chapman on Alabama State gives them a 184 total. Sam Houston State can strike out for 186. There's a little bit of a half 10 there. 175 now, she makes the spare. Just calculating some final scores for you. So, final pinfall. Final game totals for this game. Sam Houston State 175, Alabama State 184. Total pinfall for the 5 games for Alabama State is 881. Final pinfall for the 5 games for Sam Houston is 908. So again, Sam Houston does get this win. That's a 27-point win, 27-pin win for them. But in the NCAA world, it doesn't really matter how many pins you win by. It might influence how you seed in the bracket towards the end of tournaments, but it doesn't affect your record. It's just, do you win or do you lose? So Sam Houston gets this win against Alabama State, a team who, on paper, they should have beaten, but neither team looked particularly good. So we'll see how both of these teams do the rest of the tournament, but I expect to see a little bit better scores from Sam Houston moving forward. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. Our next match, we are going to have Arkansas State and North Carolina A&T. So if you're interested in either of those teams, stay tuned. We'll be here. Again, if you want to see or know any of the other team scores, let me know. Pop it in the chat. I'm monitoring that and I'm seeing all of that. So I can have someone go check those scores and I can let you know. I can also give periodic updates on those as well. And I will get the updated scores as they get printed out and updated here in the center. So we'll be right back with Arkansas State versus North Carolina A&T. Stay tuned.
Hey Bearcats, take your membership on the go by downloading the Sam Houston State University
welcome back to the 2019 Track Cat Clash. This match we have on the left lane Arkansas State in the black jerseys and the gray skirts. And on the right lane we have North Carolina A&T in the gray stripes and black skirts. Already jumped ahead a little bit. Too early to really say anybody's winning or not. Joining me now also is Christina Krastamatis.
Hi everyone, I hope you're enjoying this broadcast this morning.
She's joining us as one of our student announcers. So if you don't know much about bowling, here with Christina, you will probably learn a whole lot about bowling, because we're gonna get into some of these nitty-gritties that, unless you really know the sport of bowling, you probably won't otherwise know about bowling.
I do learn a lot when I do this because Dana is a veteran bowler who actually did bowl for Sam Houston State when she went to school there, so she knows a lot and has so much insight, and I always learn so much whenever I get to do this, so it's a lot of fun.
We're just switching out a battery in our score camera up there, so that'll be back in just a second, but no updates have been, no changes to the scores have happened just yet. Arkansas State University comes into this tournament ranked number 8. North Carolina, I stand corrected, Arkansas State comes into this ranked number 6. North Carolina A&T comes into this ranked number 8. So top 10 matchup here. Should be a good match. We'll see if these two teams have a different look than the first two teams. Sam Houston State and Alabama State. They didn't look too good, either of those teams. So we'll see if it was just those two teams or if it's this pair.
Maybe it's just how cold it is today. Everyone's got to warm up with that cold. Your arm's probably a little sore.
That's actually really true about bowling. It takes the weather, even though it's an indoor sport, the weather can really affect bowling.
And it is a little chilly in here. Like, if I were them with skirts, I'd be really cold.
Yeah, and also if you're cold, your hand is smaller, so your ball doesn't fit the same way. I
And I
didn't
feel like
even
there'd be
think of
traction
that,
with
actually.
your hand. It's not as easy to just let go of the ball.
Exactly, or too easy.
True.
It'll just fall right off your hand. Arkansas State with a 7-10. Gotta get lucky for that one, to make that one at least. That was Anna Olaga for North Carolina A&T up on the right lane that just threw that strike. She is from Columbia and is actually on the Colombian national team.
Oh, wow. That is extremely impressive.
There's a lot of talent here. There's a lot of international players that are on their country's national teams. There's a lot of Team USA members here. There's good competition. This is a quality event on the NCAA side of bowling every year.
It's honestly pretty awesome to see all these different teams from all across the country coming and getting together at what's crazy to me is that it's, you know, so close to where we go to school and getting together for this awesome event, all this great talent that you wouldn't, you know, even really know about.
So we have our scores back up there for you.
It's a tight match, 74-79.
So I talked a little bit about the scoring. So since Sam Houston's on a double, even though the score says that they're going to have 79 in the 5th, they're actually going to have more than that because there's more shots. A strike counts for, you get the 10 pins that you knock down.
And then you get an extra one.
You get 2 extra
Okay.
on a strike. So if they go strike, they get 30 pins
Oh, wow.
in that 5th frame.
So it really,
So
really
it could be
works in your
109.
favor.
Yes. It's if you spare, then it's the next shot after.
Okay. Oh, yeah, look how high that jumped.
Yeah. Montana Meyer with that strike for Arkansas State in the 7th frame. A double. So usually what the saying is that if you ever have an open like Arkansas State did in the 5th frame there, that 7-10, you want to double to make up for it, or you need to double to make up for it because of the amount of pins that you can get back because of how the scoring works. So that's actually a perfect scenario that any team would want to have. If you do have an open, that double is exactly how you want to follow that up, because then
really good.
it kind of negates that open.
No, both teams have been doing very good. Lots of strikes.
Christina Acosta with the spare on lane 12 for North Carolina A&T. So updated scores here. I'll let Christina go through these. After game 1.
Game 1, we have our winners being McKendree University. They have 1 win and 1 loss. Then the University of Nebraska has 1 win and no losses. Stephen F. Austin State University has 1 win and no loss. They have 1,100. McKendree University has 1,114 from their Baker match. That was their total points, and their average was 228.8. Then the University of Nebraska had a total of 1,001 points with an average of 200.2. Stephen F. Austin State University, who has 1 win, has a total of 930 with an average of 186. Then Louisiana Tech has 1 win with a total of 930 and an average of 186. Youngstown State University has 1 loss with a total of 927. North Carolina A&T, who's playing right now, has 1 loss with a total of 927. Arkansas State, who's also playing right now, has 1 win with a total of 918. We have Jackson State University with 1 loss at 915. Prairie View A&M University with 1 win and a total of 910. Sam Houston State University with 1 win and a total of 908. Duquesne University, I believe, with 1 loss and a total of 893. Alabama State University with 1 loss and a total of 881. Tulane University with 1 win, a total of 859. Texas Southern with a loss and a total of 840. Southern University Baton Rouge with 1 loss at a total of 815. And Upper Iowa University with 1 loss at a total of 788. Honestly, I think you're right. They have been a little bit lower in general, even the wins just being lower in their total points.
Right, so even the teams that won their matches have still
been struggling.
Lower pinfalls, right. So the kind of standard, if you think about it in a golf way, they have par. So if you're at par, you're even. If you're higher than par, then you're playing worse than what you're kind of supposed to play, right? If you're under par, you're playing better than what you're supposed to play. In bowling, that par score is 200.
Okay.
So 200 is kind of the threshold. If you shoot 200, you're doing all right. You're right there where you need to be. So if you shoot 201, then you're +1. So that's kind of how the scoring works. If you shoot 190, then you're -10.
Okay.
So if
These
you go
teams are getting close.
If you go 190 for 2 games, then you're -20 for 2.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
If you go 190 210, then you're even. You're back to even. So that's kind of what that is. So the teams that have wins are still generally under par, if you will.
Yeah. That does make sense.
So finishing up this game here, again, this is a 5-game Baker match, which means that we don't have individual scores today because nobody's bowling individual games. Each player that's in the lineup is only throwing 2 shots for every game. So this format goes a little bit quicker, but it's less
really
bowling
does.
for each person.
Because this game went by very quickly.
Yes. So this match, this is the first game of this match. We have 4 more games in this match. Same format as this, the Baker format is what it's called. And whoever has the total pins is going to get the win or the loss. Whoever has the higher pin gets the win. So it's not necessarily head-to-head. It's total pinfall.
I kind of like that though.
Yeah.
It seems, I mean, it just seems to make sense to just go based off of the total pinfall for something like this. At least one time to mix it up a little bit.
At least when we're in kind of this qualifying phase where we're qualifying into the bracket for Sunday.
To go head to head then.
Exactly. Sundays, or the last days of tournaments, are the head-to-head days.
Which has its own perks as well.
That's correct. So final score for Arkansas State in this first game, 179. North Carolina A&T with that split there. A 210. She can make that for 183. Otherwise, she's got 171 without knocking any more pins down.
I would feel bad for the last person to bowl because I feel like it's a lot of pressure to make sure that you do good to get as many points as you can for your team.
It is, and that's part of the strategy of bowling, is that was actually a good shot at that. That was close.
Oh, yeah.
So that's a total of 172 for North Carolina A&T. So that's a 7-pin lead after game 1 for Arkansas State. So essentially, even. I would call that even.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Very close.
less than a spare difference. So they are switching lanes again. They'll switch lanes back and forth. The 5th game, I believe the higher seed gets to pick which lane they want to go on. So they might switch again, or they might stay in the same lane.
Maybe if they felt comfortable, if they felt that it was good slickness and all of that, and they just want to stay. I mean,
That's
they won.
right.
I don't know. I'd maybe want to stay where I was.
Right. We saw it last match, Sam Houston. They stayed on their lane 12, I think. They stayed on lane 12 for the 4th and 5th games, and they ended up winning that match. So that, again, goes into part of the strategy of bowling.
Do you think that there's any, like, superstition in bowling?
Absolutely. Without a doubt. For sure. There
I
is...
see that a lot.
It depends on, you know, who it is and the person, but everybody's got their own thing. There's kind of a running number that I've heard, at least, that it's 80-20, meaning 80% mental and 20% physical for the game of bowling. So if you just think about that number, that's a huge amount of just outside stuff that can affect bowling.
Oh, yeah.
Like what you're thinking, how you're doing things, what other people are saying to you.
You can really get in your head easily that way, good or bad.
Yes. Also, over here next to our featured pair, we have Sam Houston State with the front 7.
They're doing really good.
Come on, Cat, let's go. We roll.
We'll see if we can get camera over there. Sam Houston State, we'll see if we can see them. But you can see them, they're over on lane 15, so you can see them.
Their pins.
Over on the corner of the screen, but we'll see if we can get a camera over there to get a better angle. But they do have all 7 strikes so far. They've pulled 7 frames and they have 7 strikes.
That is incredible.
They
at
do
least as far as I know.
I'm pretty sure they have at least one Baker 300 game in Sam Houston's school history. And I know that they have some individual 300 games as well. But Baker games are always, in a team setting, the Baker games are always, you know, if you shoot a Baker 300, that means so much more
Oh, yeah.
than shooting your individual 300. Not to downplay shooting a 300 at all.
But because it's like a team.
Right, and everybody's contributing.
Yes.
And everybody had a part in that.
And that shows how, like, cohesive the team is together. I hope we can keep it up. That'd be really awesome.
It would be. So North Carolina A&T back on our match here in 11 and 12. 9-0, 8-0, not a strong start. You can see Coach Kearney down in the corner in the yellow there. Very seasoned bowler and coach herself. So here we have,
Quick look at Sam Houston's game.
see Sam Houston over there. They have Kat Dickerson coming up in the 8th frame. And they do have front 7.
Now we're back to the North Carolina A&T and Arkansas State game.
Sam Houston State there. Kat Dickerson actually went Brooklyn. Left a 5-pin.
Too bad.
Yeah, unfortunate, but at least they'll make up some of those pins because they gave away a lot of pins the last match because they threw at least 4 gutter balls on spares,
Wow.
which then you lose those 10 pins
Oh, yeah.
because you get that extra shot, and if you throw a gutter, then you get 0 pins, so you
Yeah.
only get 10 instead of 20, for
Yeah.
example. So they were giving away a lot of pins last match.
I guess they realized they had to get it in gear.
That's right. So they have a spare in the 8th frame, so they have 279 if they strike out. Back over to our featured match, though. Arkansas State on a 280 pace, so if they strike out from here, they would have 280. Strike, spare, off the sheet is what it would be called in bowling.
Wow. Arkansas State is definitely on their game today.
Arkansas State is generally pretty good. Every year, they're a pretty solid program. They've actually made 12 straight national championship appearances.
Oh, wow.
So they are a consistent powerhouse in women's bowling.
They even actually won this track Cat Clash back in 2013, our 3rd annual Cat Clash.
That's right.
And we've only had 4 teams overall ever win this event. So that's definitely very impressive.
That's right. So Arkansas State is one of those 4 teams. The other teams being the host team, Sam Houston, and then also University of Nebraska has 3 titles here, and McKendree is the defending champion of this event.
It'll be interesting to see if they keep that title or if they end up giving it up.
It will be interesting. McKendree is also another program. They're a fairly new program still, but they have really quality coaching there, and they've already established themselves as being a really strong program in the NCAA bowling world. Really, even just college bowling in general.
Yeah.
Because there's two divisions, really. There's NCAA bowling, which is women, and then there's club bowling, which is men and women.
Okay.
So not all of the teams that have programs can even bowl this event, because you can only bowl this event if you're an NCAA program. But it doesn't work the same way. So NCAA teams can go bowl club events, but club event teams can't bowl NCAA events. Or if they do, they're basically just pacers.
Yeah.
They're not bowling
They're not
for
bowling
score,
for, yeah,
really.
Exactly. It's really cool and interesting to see their form and to see how their form affects what they end up hitting. I find that to be pretty interesting. Arkansas State was holding it up for a while, but now they lost their strike streak. Little tongue twister there.
Just got that 10 pin out there. Sam Houston State, just an update on that match. They finished with 247. Looks like they went split 8-1 in the 10th frame, so still a good game, but still also giving away pins.
Yeah.
You know,
Their
it
highest so
could've been-
far.
It's definitely their highest game. It's the highest game that I've seen anywhere in our vision. But still, an open in the 10th frame is not,
Not really how you want to end it.
yeah.
Yeah.
It'll kind of leave you, even after throwing that many strikes, something like that'll leave you with a little bit of a sour taste in your mouth.
You're like, ugh, could have ended it better. You want to go out on a bang.
Arkansas State now shooting another 10 pin. North Carolina A&T. Pamela War up on the left lane there. North Carolina A&T, 4 opens already in 7 frames. Technically 6 frames because they haven't finished the 7th frame yet.
I know, yeah, it's also like weird and important to remember that the teams are off. They're not on the same bowl. So like North Carolina is on 7 and Arkansas is on 9, but moving to 10 now. So it's a little bit different because the score is not exactly matched up at the moment.
Right, they're not necessarily in the same frame. They're not necessarily, you know, bowling at the same pace.
And especially being not just one person, but alternating, because everybody has their own way of doing things.
Right. Exactly. Sometimes that can play into strategy of bowling too, though. Some teams are notoriously, they just bowl slow. Some teams notoriously bowl fast. And if you know that about a team, you can sometimes do things to kind of throw them off. If you know that they have to bowl fast to be in rhythm, you can just slow down. And then that forces them to slow down as well.
Yeah. And that can also be part of their superstition, that whole, you know, we have to bowl fast to do good, or we have to bowl slow to do good.
Right.
Arkansas landed or ended on a strike there.
So that is, they can strike. They have one more shot. If they strike here, that's,
that's
248.
true. They do. They get another shot. That's really nice, ending on a strike and getting those extra points.
Yep. So if you throw a strike in your first shot in the 10th frame, you get 2 more shots. So you can potentially have 3 strikes in the 10th frame. But if you went, say, 9 spare, then you only have 1 more shot. So you only get 3 potentially total shots in the 10th frame.
Okay.
If you open, then you don't get that extra shot.
Yeah. They're definitely taking advantage of that with another strike.
There you go. So final score for Arkansas State, 248. So they will be increasing their lead. North Carolina A&T needs a strong finish.
It's funny because they ended just 1 point higher, or 1 pin higher, than Sam Houston's game that just ended.
That's right. So even look at that. There's that 248 from Sam Houston, or from Arkansas State, is a way better game. Not to say way better, but this is, the 248 is a much stronger, it does more for your mental capacity if you have that kind of 248 that Arkansas State just did
versus
what Sam Houston State just did, shooting 247 with an open in the 10th frame.
Yeah. By ending with that double strike there at the end, that really gave them confidence. North Carolina is closing in on the end of their game here.
So North Carolina A&T, they can shoot, if they strike out, 149. So that's 99 pins at best that they're going to lose to Arkansas State. And with that, I believe it's just a 210. All right, I wasn't sure if there was that 8 pin back there. But now they are going to lose more wood.
Oh, that was
nice spare. Very good spare. At this point for A&T, they just need all the pins that they can get.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So if they strike here, they have 147. I miscalculated earlier. Their final score before they threw that split would have been 158. But now they can strike and shoot 147, which is still...
Oh, there we go. That was definitely what they needed.
Yes, they are still in a big hole now, though.
Mm-hmm. Looks like they're kind of looking over all of their things to see how everything went.
So Arkansas State led by 7 after the first game. And after this big second game, and really not a great game by A&T, they have ballooned their lead from 7 to 108. So A&T has some work to do here. We did just see a comeback from Sam Houston, though. Wasn't
So
this
it's
big?
possible.
It's definitely possible. It wasn't this big what Sam Houston overcame the last match. But if anybody can do it, it's some of these top tier teams. And North Carolina A&T is one of those teams.
Oh yeah, there are a ton of great teams here, and it's just crazy. The bowling alley is packed with the teams and the coaches and also parents and fans. Everyone is just really into it. They're excited. They're cheering on their teams. It's great.
College bowling is interesting. If you've never watched bowling at all, or even if you have watched bowling on television, let's say, college bowling is a completely different type of bowling. It's a completely different atmosphere. It's a completely different dynamic. It's team-based. A lot of times they have cheers. They're doing, you know, sometimes they're even doing like little skits with their cheers. Like they have choreographed, almost like football touchdown, you know,
Touchdown
celebrations.
dance,
Yeah, they have strike celebrations. They have split conversion celebrations. They have all kinds of stuff. And you just don't see this kind of bowling in at any other level, really.
Yeah. Oh no, I heard them. Someone made a strike and they were singing Mamma Mia, or I saw Sam Houston. They were doing the bear claw dance with some other things. Like it's pretty crazy, but I feel like that's really great that they get to have that and they get to have everyone so close supporting them. Like I mean, they're right behind them, which is a little intimidating. That's probably the closest anyone ever gets in a sport.
It is. You can get very close in bowling. The only negative thing about bowling is that everybody stands.
Yeah.
So, like, we're looking around the bowling alley right now, and there's parents standing on ladders, on tables,
Yeah.
on chairs. Maybe not necessarily the safest thing, but it's the only way
If you're
that
gonna
you can see.
Yeah.
Even here, our cameras, we have them on tripods, and they're elevated as high as we can get them.
Because we can't see unless we're looking at the camera.
Right. And we still, I mean, you can still see how
All
the
the
players
players.
standing there are blocking like the first third of the lane, essentially.
Which honestly makes it a little bit difficult, I would think.
For spectating, for sure. It certainly increases the amount of endurance that you have to have, which might sound kind of silly, that like just to stand there. But if you've never like stood for 7 hours at a time, or 8 hours, or 6 hours,
And like in between bowling.
yeah, and they're bowling, you don't realize how draining that
Yeah.
is. I just remember we would come back from tournaments and it'd be like 5 o'clock in the evening, and I'm just like, I'm going to bed. Like, I'm done. I have to bowl again. I have to do this again tomorrow.
Yes, it's a long day of this, honestly, because you're back-to-back bowling, and it takes a lot of mind control, and that honestly exhausts you as well, just being mentally tired.
Yes, that is another big component that
Because I'm sure
You're
you have
absolutely
to
right.
focus, and then you have all of this going on in your head, and you're like, oh, I really want to win, I gotta do this, and it's just a lot, and it's a lot of stress, but I honestly think if they were sitting, they'd probably want to be standing.
very likely.
Maybe not towards the end of the day, but it's just you want to be on your feet cheering on your teammates, ready to go.
And that's why you see everyone standing. I don't see a single player sitting down right now.
And what I love is that no matter what, they're always really supportive. Even if you don't hit the greatest thing, your teammates are always going to be supportive of you because, that's just how it should be. Looks like both teams are doing pretty good right now.
Yep. A&T
Close enough.
with the I want to say a 210, but it's not a 210. It's a 3-7. It's the left-handed version of a 210. I always get confused because the pin combinations are different, even though it's the same leave essentially, but it's the opposite
Opposite side, yeah.
for left-handers and right-handers.
That is so funny. I never really thought about how it would be that way, that it's the same layout but opposite for a lefty and a righty.
Arkansas State clean through 3 frames. Ana Alaga again in the 4th frame, member of Team Colombia. That was Julia Heuven for Arkansas State up there in the 4th frame, leaving the 3-6-10. North Carolina has a lot of work to do, so they need to start being able to put some strikes together. There's a, oh, didn't quite knock it over. Sent the messenger over. So when that's generally, usually if you send a messenger like that, it's the head pin that's bouncing off of the wall and then bounces back into the other side of the lane. Sometimes you get lucky and it knocks over the pin and then you get your strike. Other times it hits it and it doesn't knock it over.
That would be so painful.
Other times it'll just go right in front of it and not hit it at all. So bowling is a, like, yes, you can control your destiny in bowling. Like whatever you do, that's all you can do is do your best. But to a certain extent, bowling is a game of luck. Like once you let go of the bowling ball, you have no idea how the pins are gonna fall.
Exactly. Like you can do your best to throw it where you want it to curve, where you want it to go straight, how you want it to go, how fast, how slow, but sometimes it just doesn't go the way you think it's gonna go. There are other things in the lane that can control that as well, how slick the lane is, how not slick it is.
That's
other
right.
things like that, you just never know, or if you accidentally stepped over or anything like that, or didn't step far enough.
That's right.
Oh, a nice strike there for A&T.
In the 6th spot, so that would be Christina Acosta. Arkansas State.
We have Montana Meyer coming up for the 7th frame.
Destiny Truly right now is just finishing up her frame. Over for North Carolina A&T, Pamela Loire with the split on the strike. This is a makeable split. You don't generally want to be shooting at splits, but because
How many are
this lead pin is so far forward, so this 3 pin, you can throw the bowling ball right in between the 3 pin and the 6 pin and slide that 3 pin right over into the 7 pin. So it's a makeable split. Not easy.
Not really what you want to have to do, but
Definitely not.
doable.
But if you do need to shoot it, that's
there you go.
exactly how you do it.
Just what you said, right in between 3 and 6, just like that.
Textbook.
And it's so funny to me because just as someone who would play bowling for fun or go bowling for fun, I never think about like how there is, like you said, a textbook way to do certain things that would just give you the outcome that you want.
Right.
Like if you practice doing it a certain way that you just know that you're going to end up getting what you want to get. Well, for the most part at least, like you said. You can control your fate in this game to a certain extent.
Right. I remember there was one time when I was bowling at Sam, I was talking to one of my professors, and they were like, well, how'd you bowl? And I was like, well, I bowled good, but, you know, we didn't win. And it was just mind-boggling that we could bowl good and still not win. Or we could bowl better than people who beat us.
Right?
Which, that's a thing in bowling. You might physically bowl a better game than your opponent and you lose. And sometimes that's just how the pins fall.
Yeah. Just like what we were saying about how everyone who won, they won, but they didn't have as high of a score as you would think a winning team would have.
Right.
And so it's just kind of like you can still win, but maybe not have done your best game, or you could lose, but still have had a really good game. It's just kind of depending on the team that you're going against and the kind of game y'all are playing. There's a lot that goes into that.
Right. And I've also bowled matches where we've lost and shot like 1175, which is 175 over.
That's crazy.
And we lost to Arkansas State, actually. And, you know, they shot like 1190, and we shot 1175. And it's like, if we bowled anyone else in the entire building, we would have won.
Yeah.
But it's just, you know, there's so many factors into all of that.
That's honestly crazy. I don't think I've ever seen a game be that high.
It was crazy. I think our lowest game on the whole pair was like 220, maybe.
Wow.
There was multiple 250s, at least one 270. Yeah, that was a crazy game.
What is the highest you can get?
In bowling,
Mhm.
300
Wow.
per game.
Okay.
Yes. So, and that would be 12 strikes because of those extra shots in the 10th frame.
That would be really awesome to see a straight 12-strike game.
It's, you know, it's,
Have we ever seen it here at the Cat Clash?
I don't believe we've ever had one here at the Cat Clash.
I mean, it seems to be asking a lot. I won't lie. That seems pretty difficult to have to get 12 strikes in a row. But we've had teams get close,
We just had Sam Houston that
Yeah.
had 7.
which is it's still very impressive. Especially when it's from 7 different people.
And that is a look in on Sam Houston there. They're just starting their 3rd game, I believe, of that 5-game Baker match.
Yes, and they're in the 2nd frame with 10. It looks like their opposing team is just getting ready to start their next game.
So back on this match here, finishing up the 10th frame. Arkansas State can strike out for, goodness, now I have to do math. 228, I believe.
This is a close game.
And A&T, they can make this spare for 191. So they are in a hole. They have to come up with a lot of strikes in not a lot of time.
Yeah.
They're gonna have about 150 pins close to make
Wow.
up. Maybe a little bit less than 150, 130, let's say. I'll get those exact scores to you after these finish up.
Arkansas State's Taylor Davis seems to have been having a pretty good game. I've just seemed to notice she's been getting a lot of strikes.
Generally also, most teams are going to have their strongest, most reliable players in that 10th frame. So that makes sense that the
Because she
anchor
is, yeah.
bowler is doing her job. So that is final score for North Carolina A&T 191. Final score for Arkansas State 217.
So A&T did better than their last game, and Arkansas State did worse than their last game, but Arkansas State still came out on top.
Arkansas State still did win that match, or that game. So they increased their lead from 108 pins to 134 pins. So A&T has 2 games to make up 134 pins.
That is a lot.
That's a big task. Not impossible. I mean, crazier things have happened. But that's a mountain to climb.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
not a hill. That's
Well,
not just a
and
little rolling hills.
If Arkansas State continues to do really well, they might have to make up even more.
That's right. Or, I mean, if Arkansas State continues
At this
to
rate.
do this, it almost might even be over after the next game. You know?
If they continue to, yeah. Because that's a lot to ask.
Arkansas State definitely, or North Carolina A&T definitely needs to make up some of these pins.
I really love these uniforms. I don't know what it is, but they're so cute. I love to see all the different school logos and all the different colors. Like, it's just so unique, and I don't feel like you really see this in a whole lot of other situations. I like that they're really cute and feminine, like, because it's the NCAA.
That's actually one of the most common questions that I get about bowling is, what's a bowling uniform look like?
Right? Because I've seen a lot of different things, honestly. Like, when you in the movies, I feel like you just see them wearing the
You
shirt with,
see
like,
the
jeans.
cheesy, like,
Yeah.
very stereotypical, like big Lebowski
Very
type
dramatic.
shirts. Yes, and that's I mean that's kind of old school bowling, I would say. Like,
These kind of remind me of
I've-
tennis.
Yes, that's
Tennis
what I tell
uniforms.
people. It's kind of a hybrid between tennis and golf.
Okay. Yeah, I see that. And it's funny because you were making analogies with golf earlier about par and everything. So, I mean,
Golf is actually very similar to bowling in a lot of ways.
which is weird to think about, but when you do think about it, it kind of makes sense.
Even the movements, as far as like how you have to open your shoulders and then close them again and then open, like even the movements as far as your shoulders and your hips with golf and bowling can be very, very similar. So I've never golfed, but it would probably be easier for me to pick it up because I'm a bowler.
Yeah.
Was a bowler. And a lot of those things, I've heard at least, are similar between golf and bowling.
It's funny how both teams right now have the same pin still standing. Arkansas State just knocked it down. I guess we'll see if North Carolina A&T can also knock it down.
North Carolina A&T started with a turkey, so strike, strike, strike. 9 and
Which they need.
yes. And Olaga is up to shoot the 10 pin in the 4th frame.
Oh, good look. There we go.
She is happy with that spare, and so are her teammates.
I like how they knew before it even hit the pin that it was just going to go. It's kind of like in baseball when you just know that you hit a home run.
You watch it, or don't watch it. You just
Yeah, you
throw
just
your bat
run.
and you get going.
Looks like we have Cameron up for North Carolina in the 5th frame here with a really nice strike.
North Carolina A&T is another school that has really strong coaching. There's a couple, well, more than a couple now, but there's a handful of teams that have really, really strong coaching, and that makes them, just based on how good their coaching is, really quality teams all the time. North Carolina A&T is one of those teams with Kim Kearney here coaching for North Carolina A&T. McKendree is one of those teams with Shannon O'Keefe coaching there, and her husband Brian O'Keefe also traveling and coaching. And
I just love that chant I just heard from Sam Houston State.
yes, not sure if you all heard that, but Sam Houston, that's their 4 strikes in a row chant, cheer.
Deep in the heart of Texas.
That's right. And
Which we
Sam
already-
Houston also, it's interesting with Sam Houston because they have cheers that the parents have to also do. So like the crowd in the back partake in the cheers with them, which I think is interesting. And I haven't, maybe other teams do it, but I haven't noticed it from other teams. But I know that Sam Houston, they have more than a few cheers where the team says something
And then the parents respond.
yeah, everyone in the back says something, and it goes back and forth.
Yes, I definitely have been hearing that. I think it's nice. It kind of helps have that interaction. Like, you know that they're there and they're watching and supporting, and it's kind of nice to have that.
Back on our featured match here. Christina Acosta again with the single pin spare for North Carolina A&T.
I think it's safe to say that North Carolina A&T realized they needed to step it up, and they've definitely started to step it up.
They are doing what they need to do, that's for sure. They need to continue to string some strikes together so they can get some of those extra pins.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And they're at a place where they're going to need some help from Arkansas, too. So that's 7-2 in the fourth from Arkansas State.
Now a strike.
Yeah.
A&T is definitely going to have to end on some strikes if they want to get those extra points and do as much as they can.
That's right.
There is definitely a lot of excitement here today. Lots of cheering, lots and lots of excitement. You can hear it all the way, every aisle, every lane.
I think our pair might be going a little bit slower than the other pairs around us. The Sam Houston match to our right is almost through their fourth game already. We're pretty close to halfway through ours.
I guess we just have a group of, like you said, people who like to slow a little bit bowler. I mean, oh my goodness, bowl a little bit slower. You can tell it's early, even though it's actually not that early. Getting closer here now. I really will be curious to see how North Carolina ends this. Hopefully they can go ahead and get this spare. That was a nice spare by Arkansas State. It looks like we're going to have Anna Olaga up for North Carolina in this 9th frame. She's getting ready, kind of warming her hands up, or cooling them off, actually.
More than anything, she's probably drying them out, using the air. It's a feel thing a lot. So a lot of times you'll see them with rosin bags in their hands and always using that air above the ball return. And it's to get your hand really as dry as possible.
So you don't slip it off too early.
Right. Or sometimes if you had a lot of moisture on your hand, you can even get caught up in your thumb hole, so you can kind of stick a little bit even. Some people are more sensitive to their feeling in their hand than others, so it just depends.
Now this is kind of an interesting question, but are there rules on the weight and size of the ball, the bowling ball that they're allowed to use? Because I assume they all have custom.
Yes.
Most likely.
That is a good question. That can be a very technical response, but I'm going to try to keep it as not technical as possible. So yes, there is weight limits for the bowling ball itself, but there's also weight limits on side weight and top weight and like basically all of the weight in every
Exactly how
direction
the ball,
of the bowling ball. So without getting into too much detail, yes, the heaviest ball that you can use is 16 pounds. Generally, most of these women that we're watching are throwing, most of them are probably throwing 15 pounds. Some of them might be throwing 14. But as far as when you put holes in the ball, then that's going to affect things like your side weight and your top weight and all of these other weights. So you might have to put an extra hole in the ball somewhere so that you remove some of the side weight to make your ball legal, for example.
That's honestly so crazy to think about. Because I've never really had to think about that before, but when you said about, your fingers getting stuck, it made me think about how sometimes when I bowl, I like to have a lighter weight ball, but then it's too small for my fingers, and then I get stuck, and so I'm like, oh, can't win. But they have custom balls, and I started thinking, though, that they probably have to follow rules.
That's right.
For, like, any sport.
That's right. There's a lot of regulations on how you can drill a bowling ball and all of that. And that's very technical. That's the technical side of bowling, is drilling equipment and understanding the angles and the weights, and then applying those angles and weights to your angles on the lane. So there's a lot of
is so
angles
much.
involved. Yeah, there's physics and geometry and all kinds of crazy stuff.
Oh, we got a strike there
So
by
that
North
was
Carolina.
North Carolina A&T. That was Cameron Stromback tripping out. I don't know what she tripped out, but it looked like the 310 combination, some kind of something over there on the right side. Cameron Stromback, she actually finished 3rd at Junior Gold this year for the under 20 division, which is the oldest division that you can get. Junior Gold's basically the junior amateur tournament for
Wow.
bowling. So
That's impressive.
It is impressive. That's very impressive. My best finish at Junior Gold was 16th.
Hey, at least you were there.
That's true.
That is still very impressive. Oh, wow.
So she is definitely a quality player. That is a final score of 198 for North Carolina A&T. Arkansas State just struck there for 189.
Close game.
Close game, but really,
Unfortunately for Arkansas State, I'm sorry, for North Carolina, I mean, they won, they did good, but Arkansas State was not far behind.
right, they only got back 9 pins from that game, so they're still down by 125,
Yeah.
which means Arkansas State has to shoot 175 or less, basically, and North Carolina has to shoot 300 in order for them to have a chance here.
Yeah.
So
not necessarily looking the best for North Carolina here in this match.
right. Now, if Arkansas State shoots like
Really bad.
130, then North Carolina A&T can shoot 250, you know? So it just depends on how it
yeah,
goes.
you
But
never know.
that's a big,
That's a big if.
number. Yeah, that's a big number to make up. So we are just starting our 5th game here in this 2nd Baker match of the day. I believe we have 5 Baker matches coming up today.
Just starting out, we had Destiny Truly for Arkansas State, and then we'll have Christina Acosta up for North Carolina. There's really no doubt, though, that these girls' hearts are in it. I mean, they really want to win. They love what they're doing, and you can tell that they're enjoying themselves and just really in the game.
That's probably what I miss about bowling, is the competition. I get asked that a lot too. Do you miss it? Do you want to bowl again? Not really, but I would like to find something that I can get the same kind of competition at. But I don't know if, I almost kind of think that it's unique to bowling, because I've tried other things, you know, but nothing's quite like bowling.
Yeah, I can understand that. I feel like there's an extra competitiveness when it comes to bowling because of how much I feel like personal skill it takes, and like making sure that you do exactly what you need to do to hit whatever you're trying to hit and all of that. Like it becomes very personal when there's a number up there that you know, like I bowled that much versus this person who bowled this much. It's not, it can be very individual as well as team, but it really shows you like, okay, wow, this is me versus them head to head.
That is very true. So I talked a little bit earlier also about washouts. So this over on lane 12 and lane 11, nope, just kidding. So on lane 12, that's a washout because there's a head pin. So that head pin is there, and it's separated. So it's kind of like a split, but it's not because the head pin is there.
So you'll want to hit between that 3 and the 6 again.
You would want to hit between, so this is the 1, 3, 6 this time.
Oh,
so
okay.
now you would want to hit between the 1 and the 3.
1 and the 3, okay.
And same deal, just slide it right over into that 7 pin there. We'll see if she can do that. And had the right idea, but didn't get her ball
That
to the
7th pin,
right of the
yeah.
head pin just enough. So it went back behind the 7 pin instead of into the 7 pin.
Arkansas State had the same issue. Well, not exactly the same, but they were able to get 2 of the 3 down.
That's right. And Arkansas State wasn't shooting a washout there. They were just shooting the 1, 2, 4. And they got the 2, 4 off of it. So North Carolina A&T starts open. Arkansas State starts open, strike, open. So not really a pretty start to this match, or to this game.
Yeah, it is a little bit slow. Or not slow, but low, I should say.
Well, we are going slow too, it seems like, on this
Yeah.
pair. Because everywhere else I look,
Their 5th game's almost done over there.
yeah,
Or they're done already.
multiple frames ahead of us. So depending on, we can't see what's going on. We're on 11 and 12, and there's competition going all the way down to at least 30, 33, 34, I think, if I can see down there correctly. So there's a lot of lanes down there that we don't necessarily know where they're at in their lanes, but we might have a little less of a break, because if we're going slow, they're going to be waiting on us to get here.
Definitely. That was a nice strike for North Carolina by Cameron Strombeck again. Oh, I'm sorry, Anna Alaga.
Arkansas State
Destiny Truly.
missed the head pin there, but if you're going to miss the head pin, you'd cross your fingers that you don't leave a washout. So
Yeah.
in this particular case, there's no 10 pin there, so
So she did good.
should be
least.
good. But the thing with this particular pin combination is that there's a pin behind that 2 pin.
Yeah, so
this
you
is
have to
the
hit it
1,
at the right
2, 8.
angle.
Yeah, so now she has to be concerned about the deflection of her bowling ball. It has to go through those pins to get that back one.
Ooh.
So that one came up so light that it didn't even hit the 2 pin. It just went
Back
so
to the
it went
8.
in front of, correct.
You can tell she did not look very happy about that.
Yeah, and I'm sure Coach Kearney's not, or not Coach Kearney, that was Arkansas State. I actually don't know his last name. I only know him as Justin. That's probably too informal for this, but that's the only way that I know the coach of Arkansas State.
Yep. Well, I'm sure they feel the pressure now. Last game, they've been doing really good. They don't want to lose any more pins. They want to gain back after last game.
A&T now working on a turkey, or 3 in a row. Arkansas State on a double there.
Ooh,
And
split.
not what they wanted to see from North Carolina A&T.
We'll see if Arkansas State can get a turkey. They have 2 strikes going for their 3rd. Oh, so close.
So when a bowling ball crosses over, for right-handers at least, generally even for left-handers, but sometimes left-handers call it something different.
Mm-hmm.
But if you cross over, so the pocket is the 1-3, so you hit the head pin and you hit it kind of right smack in between the 1 pin and the 3 pin to the right of it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you cross over and you hit the 1-2, it's known as a Brooklyn strike because of how bowling, you know, was really popular up in the Northeast. And if you crossed over that side, I guess that side was the side of Brooklyn up there in the Northeast. So it just kind of, that's the story that I've heard at least of how Brooklyn, the term Brooklyn came to be in bowling. If anybody is listening and knows the actual story of how Brooklyn came to be, feel free to correct me or enlighten me because that's the story that I got.
Mm-hmm. Wow, no, I will say Arkansas State really sped up. They definitely sped up there.
So over on the pair next to us, Sam Houston State finishes with a 204. There's a look at them over there, 204. Youngstown State is their competition in this match. And they can strike out for 172, I believe, if I can see that correctly. So it looks like Sam Houston's going to be at least 2-0 in this tournament so far. Not sure where they're at so far with pinfall. But that's all right. They're looking for wins and losses more than anything. Wins,
Oh, yeah.
really, not losses. Back to our featured match here. Arkansas State finishing up their 10th frame with a very large lead over North Carolina A&T. So really just filling their frames at this point because they are going to come away with this victory and beat North Carolina A&T. A&T finishing their 9th frame.
And sometimes, is it ever really a thing where sometimes certain teams are just, they don't mesh as well and they maybe don't like to play each other as much, and that could affect how they're playing sometimes?
Yes. That is also a very strong yes. That sometimes rivalries kind of get formed, or sometimes because bowling really is an individual sport and it's just a team environment in college. So a lot of these players know each other from tournaments and competitions and have bowled against each other for their entire amateur careers. So they know each other. It's not like they're saying, oh, yeah, we're bowling A&T. Like, they know the
they know
players
everybody
over there.
They've done this for years now.
Yeah, so sometimes those individual rivalries can also trickle into the team kind of environments. And, yeah, I know that when we were bowling, there was some teams that we did not like. And it wasn't like we had, you know, any real rivalry like Sam Houston and SFA. It's the two schools that have that rivalry.
Yeah.
But in bowling, like when I was there at least, we had rivalries with Vanderbilt. We had rivalries with even sometimes Nebraska. And these schools didn't even necessarily know. But when we bowled them,
As far as bowling went.
we approached those matches differently than we approached other matches because we had this weird little mental thing.
Yeah.
That either sometimes it helped us, sometimes it didn't help us. But yes, you're absolutely right. Sometimes that can absolutely play into the outcomes or the qualities of the matches.
Yeah, because I mean, it's really different to think that when it comes to bowling, you play so many different teams. Like, they have such a wide range playing out-of-state teams that you don't really see when you play football or volleyball or basketball, where it's not usually as wide. You play similar people every time.
Right, or at least, you know, in those other sports, you're playing schools in your region, generally,
Yeah.
your conference. In bowling,
It could be anyone.
they're traveling around the country. All right, so final scores in this match. This game, 178 for Arkansas State, 179 for North Carolina A&T. Calculating the total scores for you right quickly here. So Arkansas State, their total pinfall for those five games was 10-11, so they were plus 11. So that was a good set for them. And North Carolina A&T was 754, so they were minus what, 246?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so that was not the best showing for A&T, but Arkansas State gets the victory over number 8 North Carolina A&T, Arkansas State being number 6. Our next matches coming up. We're going to take a quick break until we get everyone situated and the next matches start. Next match will be Jackson State versus Youngstown State. So if you're interested in that, stay tuned. Even if you're not interested, go ahead and stay tuned because we love to have you all here.
Yes, thank you for being here with us.
And we will be right back. our third match of this first day of the track cat clash.
We have Youngstown State versus Jackson State here on lanes 11 and 12. Looks like we're already started here. Maybe we'll have a faster paced game this time.
All right, so we did just get updated scores also. Scores have been pretty quick so far.
Oh yeah.
Just started our third match and we already have second match scores. I'll let Christina go through those.
Well, we have first place University of Nebraska. They have 2 wins and a total of 1,987. Then we have McKendree, our last year's overall winner, in second place. They have 1 win, 1 loss with a total of 1,963. Then our very own Sam Houston State University, who is the hosting school, with 2 wins and a total of 1,943. Then we have Arkansas State University, who we actually just saw last time, with 2 wins and a total of 1,929. Stephen F. Austin State University is behind them in 5th with 2 wins and a total of 1,915. Then we have Prairie View A&M with 1 win and 1 loss in 6th place and a total of 1,857. Louisiana Tech follows in 7th place with 2 wins and a total of 1,834. 8th place, we have North Carolina A&T, who we just saw here. They have 2 losses and a total of 1,814. Then we have Alabama State University in 9th with 1 win, 1 loss, and a total of 1,803. Falling behind them is Youngstown State University, who we have here right now live in this game with 2 losses and a total of 1,792. Then we have Duquesne University with 1 win and 1 loss, 1,773 total. Tulane University in 12th place with 2 wins and a total of 1,766. Jackson State University is in 13th with 2 losses and a total of 1,738. Then we have Southern University of Baton Rouge with 2 losses in 14th place with a total of 1,628. Then in 15th, we have Texas Southern University with 2 losses and a total of 1,603. And lastly, Upper Iowa University in 16th with 2 losses and a total of 1,597. So now we'll get back to our game at hand.
So both Youngstown State and Jackson State are looking for their first wins here. One thing that's interesting, and I actually just had to go look this up. We get these sheets that come in that give us little, you know, hot tips, whatever it is, about the players, the schools. And for Jackson State, they wrote on it, home of Walter Payton. Do you know who Walter Payton is?
No.
Walter Payton was a, like, I don't know if he's in the Hall of Fame, but like, he's very, very well known and in football. He was just a really good football player.
Okay.
And there is, so the Heisman, like the equivalent of the Heisman in FBS, so bowl subdivision schools, that award in FCS, so the smaller Division I schools, is known as the Walter Payton Award.
Oh.
And I think the NFL has a Walter Payton Man of the Year award also. So Walter Payton's like
A big deal.
yeah. So I just had to go look that up, and it's true. He played college at Jackson State,
Oh, wow.
which is pretty cool.
That is.
That's a pretty cool
It's an interesting little
claim
fact
to
there.
fame, yeah. I would write that on everything if I had that kind of a
Right?
connection.
Like, yeah, we're pretty much a big deal. Now, it's interesting because I think Jackson State is the only team I've seen today so far wearing actually Bermuda shorts and not that tennis golf skirt. So they're
That's true. So Jackson State is in the white and blue shorts. And Youngstown State is on the left lane in the black and red and white combinations there.
almost like a paisley. Woo. Oh my.
That just made me jump a little bit.
I know that. That's
I wasn't ready for that.
We're not even that close, and it was still loud. I can only imagine for them. I guess that's an example of your hands having too much moisture and the ball just kind of slipping out like that.
Well, that's probably, that may have been the, well, I don't know. There's a lot of things that could have just happened there.
Could have been a lot of different things.
There's a lot of things that could have just happened there. But yeah, you don't see that all that often.
I guess it was better that it happened then than like when she actually be going to throw the ball and lose it too early and it not go the way she'd want.
Yeah. Sometimes I almost think that it's worth it to just let go in your back swing sometimes. Because
Maybe not for your teammates, but I mean,
right.
for your score, yes.
But right, then it's basically like a mulligan, like a redo essentially. Like you didn't actually throw the ball, but you thought you were gonna throw the ball. I don't know. I've always kind of thought that. Like sometimes I just wanted to like bail out right in the middle of my top
You're like,
back,
oh, this isn't
my
gonna go the way I want.
backswing.
I just want to stop.
Yeah, because it's hard. If you're going and you have all your momentum going, in your mind you're like, I gotta stop. If you don't drop the ball behind, like let it go, you have to hold onto it. And with all that momentum and everything going forward like that, you can go down the lane. Like you can be, like you can really hurt yourself if you do that.
Oh yeah, I feel like that could go very, very badly.
Yeah.
And it looks like we had a little bit of a hold up at Jackson State Lane because they were going to get some more of those.
She probably may have. I just saw one of those players walking away with, it looks like she was grabbing tape, so.
Maybe she needed to tape her hand a little, her fingers.
Put some tape in her thumb hole even to make it a little bit more snug.
Well, it went well for her. She was able to get that spare.
Yeah, good spare there.
They are behind time-wise than Youngstown, but I mean, they had that little
And
incident.
Youngstown is actually on, they were on a four-bagger. There's
Yeah,
a lot of
hopefully a
different
spare.
ways to refer to strings of strikes in bowling.
There really is. I've heard so many different things.
There is. And depending how many there is, there's certain words for them. Like 3 in a row is a turkey.
Which I never really understood, but I do find it to be hilarious.
Yeah, I don't know that story at all.
I know,
have
it's like
no
I wonder
idea
how
how
people
turkey
come up
came
with
to
these
be.
things.
No idea. So Youngstown State off to a really strong start here. 175 in the 8th frame. Jackson State still finishing their 6th frame, so they're almost 3 frames behind.
Looks like Jackson State was able to get that spare.
Youngstown State looks like they have a pretty good look. It's interesting that they haven't won any of their matches yet. Let's see what their scores are. Youngstown
Not
State.
bad.
Yeah, 929, 863. Not bad, but not good.
Yeah.
But they look like
I know they look like they're
that
really
game
stepping
looks
up their
pretty
game.
good. Yeah.
Maybe it's just because they played Sam.
Did they just play Sam?
Yeah,
Did you
they
look at
did
this?
just play Sam.
Oh, that's right. They did. They were just right next to us.
And Sam was having like an outstanding game last game, so.
They did. Sam Houston shot 1040 last set, which is nope, just kidding. I was gonna say it's the highest set of the tournament, but McKendree, their first set, shot 1114. So
We're
the
definitely
second
doing good,
highest
though.
set. And Youngstown opens in the 9th frame, so no more clean game for them. It's funny because when I was bowling, I didn't put as much emphasis on spares as what I probably should have. And now that I can sit back and actually watch bowling, it's so easy to see how important spares are. It's so easy to see. You know, even things like getting count on spares.
No, I
Because
mean,
you need those
definitely.
extra pins, all those extra pins
A spare is better than not.
over the span of a tournament. I mean, you could lose. I mean, Sam Houston, because they guttered on 4 spares, they potentially could have
Given
hundreds
away,
of
yeah.
pins that they give away by the end of just this block. That's a huge number.
I guess maybe it's that whole thing of when you just don't get the strike that you wanted and you're like, ugh. And you just kind
You
of
get frustrated. And then in bowling, it's all fine muscle memory, fine-tuned motion. So if you're annoyed and you just get up there and wing it and you're fast, you lose the muscle memory because you're just going fast forward and then you miss and then you get even more mad. It could be, it could be a very dangerous cycle that you fall into.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But at the end of the day, you just want to have as many pins as possible. So getting those spares is really key.
Yes. So Youngstown finishes open after going spare, 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 4-bagger. Spare, 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 4-bagger. Spare, open, open. 202. Jackson State can strike out for 167 here. So Youngstown is going to have a bit of a lead early in this 3rd match. Lucky to get that 10-pin out there. She was looking at a 2-4-10 there, split. Much more manageable spare here.
I don't remember for sure, but I want to say that Arkansas State started in the left lane as well and started their winning streak there. So maybe there's something about lane 11 today.
It's very well possible. That maybe 11 is just turning into a better lane.
Now, that sack that she was messing with, it makes me think of gymnastics when they put like the chalk on their hands.
Exactly. Gymnastics or pitchers in baseball.
Yes.
Same idea behind it.
And it seems to work.
Yep. Sometimes the rosin bags are even just a little bit of a habit almost. Like you need a little bit of rosin most of the time, but like I remember when I was bowling, there would be sometimes I'd just be mindlessly kind of playing with it, and then I get up and I'm like, wow, my hand is way too dry, and I would have to like rub it a little bit to kind of get it back to normal. So sometimes it can be kind of a mindless thing
much,
that they're doing, and they don't realize it until they try to put their hand in their ball
You're
again.
like, oh, well.
That's not gonna work. All right, so spare strike for Capri Howard for Jackson State for a 165. So total scores,
Pretty close game.
final scores, 202, 165. That's still
One of the higher games we've seen in a while.
the 202.
202, yeah.
So that is a 37-pin lead after game 1 for Youngstown State. I do like the Bermuda shorts.
It's nice. It's like a change up, you know?
Yeah.
It seems like it might be a little, well, I don't know. I was going to say a little more comfortable to bowl in that, but you never know.
Yeah, it's all personal preference.
Yeah.
Women can also bowl in pants. I haven't seen, I don't think, any college teams that bowl in pants, for the women at least.
Not with that old school movie jeans and the big button
The
up
big
baggy.
Lebowski jerseys, yeah. Nope. I haven't seen any of that. If bowling ever gets on board with some of these throwback uniforms that other sports do, maybe then some of that will come out.
Oh yeah, I'm loving the Astros throwback uniform.
There's some that are really cool, and then there's some that are really not cool.
Bad. Oh.
Like, if there's any Steelers fans out there, I'm sorry, but the throwback uniforms that the Steelers wear are terrible. I think they're terrible.
I want to say it was
Sorry,
the
anyone.
Dolphins who I saw that wore throwback uniforms that I was like, ooh, it's rough. Might have been somebody else though. Can't lie.
Yeah. Some of, I think the idea of doing the throwback jerseys is cool. Some of them are
You
not
just want to
cute.
choose a good throwback jersey. You want to choose good ones.
Right. Spare to open the game for both teams. Jackson State coming into the tournament unranked. Youngstown State coming into the tournament ranked number 23 in the top 25 coaches poll. Youngstown in the Southland Bowling Conference, Jackson State in the SWAC Athletic Conference. So the Southwest Athletic Conference, I believe that is. They were actually...
Is Sam Houston in the Southwest Athletic Conference?
Sam Houston's an interesting thing because their bowling is in a different conference than the rest of their athletic department is.
Oh, okay, because I know that, yeah, we're in the Southland for
The
everything
Sam
else.
Houston's athletic department is part of the Southland Conference. And underneath, it's under kind of the umbrella of the Southland Conference, but that's where the Southland Bowling League was formed.
Okay.
So we're kind of affiliated with the Southland Conference still, but the teams are completely different. Like in the Southland Bowling League, there's Vanderbilt, Vanderbilt's athletic department is in the Southeastern Conference. They're in the SEC, but for bowling, they're in the SBL. Stephen F. Austin is in the SBL. Sam Houston, Arkansas State is in the conference. Tulane is in the conference. Louisiana Tech, Youngstown, and Youngstown I think is in Ohio.
Okay.
So like this conference is not necessarily
it's
a regional
not,
conference. That's one of the
thing about
unique
bowling.
things about bowling is that it's hard to make it a regional thing.
Yeah.
You know, some of the schools like SWAC and the NEC and the MEAC, they have true bowling athletic conferences. Like their bowling is in the same conference that their whole athletic department is in. But other than like a handful of those schools, there's really, it's hard to get conferences to buy in, to get whole conferences to buy into getting every single team in their
bowling,
conference
yeah.
to have bowling. So you see things like the Southland Bowling League where you kind of make your own conference and invite people that don't have conferences yet, you know? Because in the NCAA bowling, the postseason is actually changing too, so we're probably going to see a lot more of this conference creating or shifting because it's no longer going to be a real benefit to not be in a conference.
Yeah.
So last year, I believe there was 10 teams that made it to postseason, and they're expanding again. So this year, there's going to be 16 teams
Oh, wow.
that make it into postseason. And there's going to be 8 at-larges that are part of that 16, so 8 selections. And there's 8 conference champs that will get automatic bids. So it'll be a new format this year for winning a national championship. And they're kind of doing the baseball method of there's regionals now. So it used to be, like back when I bowled, only 8 teams went and there was no play-in. You either got selected, everyone was an at-large. You either got selected or you didn't. And now there's 16 teams and there's automatic bids, there's at-large bids, but they're also, if you're one of those 16 teams, you're not necessarily going to the national tournament. You're playing now, you're going to a regional, essentially, where there's one spot where 4 teams are going to go, and those 4 teams are going to play into the national tournament.
Yeah.
So I assume that there's probably going to be the winner of each regional is going to go to the national championship, and then the national championship will be, there'll be 4 teams there. So they're taking kind of the softball baseball approach to it, which I don't hate. Yeah, I can.
It's not bad.
Yeah, it's certainly not big enough to have, you know, the style and method of brackets that you know, something like basketball has. There's just not enough teams, but you know, the fact that it's growing so much
It really
and they're
is.
making these changes is good for the sport of bowling.
Based off this tournament alone, I mean, how many teams from all across the country come is just, it's crazy.
Right. And again, this tournament, we have, I think the number was 10 top 25 teams. So there's a strong field here. It's not like, yes, 10 top 25 teams and 6 top 10 teams. So it's not like,
So it's pretty competitive.
yeah.
This is just a little fun fact, but I know we were talking about Sam Houston's cheers earlier and how like the team does and then the fans behind them will get involved, and it's funny because I always hear them. I'll just randomly hear them start screaming. They're very loud. As far as any of the teams go, like the ones that are in front of us I hear, but then Sam Houston's a few lanes down and I can still just hear them
Every so often.
screaming. Yep.
You hear the cowboy cheers or whatever they do. They do some
Yes.
funny ones.
A lot of school pride, which that's good.
Yes. It makes it more
Gotta
fun.
have that. Oh yeah.
And it's funny that you make note of how loud they are. That also plays into, especially in college bowling, because it's not a quiet atmosphere.
Oh, not at all.
That plays into sometimes that mental aspect of it. You know, you can,
You hear somebody
If you-
else's team being so loud because there's
Yeah.
good things happening.
or you're playing that team that you don't like and you're like, we know that they don't like us being loud, so we're going to be obnoxious.
Yep.
And there's nothing that anybody can really do about it because, you know, what are you going to do? Tell them to be quiet when
Yeah.
the whole rest of the bowling
Is
alley is
loud.
doing it the same way?
Yeah, because I'm sure it's easy to get distracted by those loud noises, to get spooked or anything like that, really.
There is rules of, like, you know, if you distract someone from in front of them, like, you know, they can get a I don't really know all those rules. They almost never come up, to be honest. I've never seen somebody call a distraction before. And I think part of it is because in order to do that, I'm pretty sure it has to come from in front of you. Like something has to be in front of you. Like if there's a mechanic that comes out of the back, let's say, and he didn't look through the little peephole to see if anybody was bowling, and he
Yeah.
came out right in your backswing, that's a distraction.
Yeah.
But like, if somebody's yelling behind you, that's not necessarily a distraction.
Yeah.
If it's a quiet, you know, it depends on the environment too.
And it depends, I feel like, what they're saying as well. If they're just strictly cheering on their team, I mean, I guess there's really nothing you can do about that. It's not as if they're taunting or bad-mouthing or anything like that, like you
Right.
see in certain sports, like especially baseball and all of that.
Right,
That'd be a different story.
right. And really, that would probably even come down to like coaches handling it. I don't think the tournament director would really
Yeah.
get involved in something like that.
Yeah. It's more just a matter of respect.
It is.
There's like a fine line between, you know, respect and then just trying to have a little bit of an advantage,
Right,
you know.
right.
It looks like Jackson State is going to win this match with 148 right now in their 9th frame.
Youngstown after.
But we never know.
Yeah, I mean, we never know. This is the second game of this match. Youngstown, after shooting 202, looks like
A little bit. They went down quite a bit.
yeah, they might be lucky if they break 150 here. So Jackson State is probably going to shoot 150 and gain some pins. So low scoring match here, and that's an unfortunate break. Not really what they needed right now, because that's going to be another open for Youngstown State. And that is going to put them 130s, 140s at best.
Looks looks like we're just about done here with the second game of this match.
So Jackson State final score for this second game, 159. Youngstown State is just finishing up their 10th frame. They have a 110 in the 8th, so that's 140 at best for Youngstown State. So Jackson State shot 159, and they're going to gain almost 20 pins, at least.
Yeah. They definitely will need to come back. Both teams, honestly, based on how much lower Jackson State got this game versus their first game, but especially Youngstown will need to come back.
Will need to step it up. They do have a 37-pin lead, though, so they might still have a lead after this.
True.
But this is, you know,
They'll have to step it up the next game to make sure they keep that lead.
Right.
Don't lose
They
it.
cannot keep doing this, that's for sure. They're not going to win any matches if this is how they keep moving forward.
Yeah.
So that's a spare for Youngstown State. They have 130 with a strike in the fill here. I think this pair might just be going a little bit slow because I'm looking around again, and everyone else is about halfway through their third game already.
We just tend I don't know what it is about lanes 11 and 12. We have the slower bowlers.
Part of it may be because it's the live stream pair,
Mm-hmm.
but
They have to work with us, get us their lineup.
yeah, it
All
does
of
take
that.
them a little bit longer to get started because I have to go hunt down the coaches usually, get their lineups, get some information from them. And that is, in fact, a 130 for Youngstown State. So after 2 games, Youngstown State, after that 130 game, still holding on to an 8-pin lead. So basically even.
Mm-hmm.
It was like I think it was the match before that started with a 7-pin lead or something. I think
Yeah.
Arkansas State ended up winning that by what, 150?
Yeah.
Something close to that.
It was definitely a very large amount.
Yeah. So still early, through 2 games here in this match. Youngstown State and Jackson State essentially all even. Youngstown State from Ohio. Jackson State from Mississippi. Jackson State was also the 2016 SWAC champions.
Oh, wow.
So they were conference champions just a few years ago. And now, since there's automatic spots for conference champions, that's an incentive for a team like Jackson State, who probably is not going to get an at-large bid
Yeah.
to get to the national tournament.
This is true.
Still early in the season, though. They could get an at-large bid. They could.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this will probably end up being my last game of the day, and then another friend of mine from Sam Houston State University, Tyler Josephson, will be jumping on here with Dana and getting in. We are all actually members of Sam Houston's National Sports Media Association, where we get to call different Sam sporting events for the Sam Houston radio. So it's a really great opportunity for students to get involved in radio and all of that at school, and just sports calling and broadcasting.
That's right. And all of the students here running the cameras, working the equipment, also students from the Department of Mass Communication. Most of them are affiliated with the sports program somehow.
Yeah, Bearcat Sports Network.
or the National Sports Media Association, or there's a sports media minor. We'll just plug
That too,
everything
yeah.
right now.
We just
There's
got our
the
brand new sports media minor.
If you're interested or know anyone that wants some good experience in sports and sports broadcasting and sports journalism and all that good stuff.
It's definitely a good program. We just fixed it up, and it's looking really nice.
It's pretty new, but they do really good work, and they work on real stuff. Like we do, or they do streams for ESPN Plus, ESPN 3. We work with, Southland Conference. There's a lot of real-time experience that students can get here at Sam Houston State with this sports broadcasting.
Oh, yeah. It's a really wide variety.
And if nothing else, you get media passes to games. So there's that.
This is true.
If you're a sports fan,
You
work
get
and
the
play
plug.
can be the same thing. I shouldn't say that, though, because I always tell the students that you can't spectate and work at the same time.
It's true. It's
So-
actually pretty hard. If you really want to watch a game,
You should not
you
work
don't
it.
want to call it.
Yeah, you don't want to work in any capacity if you're trying to watch a game, because you can't.
It's happened before, but it's harder. I mean, it's different if it's a really big game. Like, we actually got the awesome opportunity to call the big Battle of Piney Woods, which is Sam Houston versus Stephen F. Austin, our big rival, in our football game held at NRG Stadium, which is a Texans stadium. And so it was an awesome opportunity for our club members to get to do that.
Yeah.
And I know that everyone watching it definitely wanted to, like, everyone announcing wanted to be watching. So it was interesting, but definitely a lot of fun. They got to go on the field, get the press passes, like you say, see the tunnel and all of that. It was just awesome, a great experience.
I remember when I was working. See, I have so many affiliations with Sam Houston, I guess, because after I graduated, I had a semester left. Well, after I finished my eligibility for bowling, I had a semester left before I graduated. So I worked for Bearcat Sports Network, which is, essentially doing this for the athletics department. And I worked the Piney Woods game, and I remember we saw J.J. Watt, and he's a giant human being, like bigger than I've ever seen in my life, any human. And we also saw Arian Foster, I think is his name. He was a running back for the Texans.
You met J.J. Watt at Battle of Piney Woods?
In like 2012, 2011, something like that.
That is amazing. Definitely fangirling.
At the time, though, I didn't
He
really
probably wasn't
even
as big at the time.
understand. He was. I
Really?
just didn't like. I don't know. I just didn't.
It
I don't
didn't
know. It wasn't
click.
for me. Yeah, because I'm not a native Houston.
Mhm.
I hadn't been in Houston all that long, or the Houston area. So I was like, oh yeah, there's a guy. He's
J.J.
clearly a
Watt.
football player. He's huge. Like, oh. And then someone was like, oh my gosh, that's J.J. Watt. I was like, oh cool.
Was he there, like, just to train, or was he there for, like, the Battle of Piney Woods?
I imagine that he was there doing like
His
normal
own thing,
business.
yeah.
Because
Not
he
there
was
for
in
us.
yeah, he was in kind of the back areas of the tunnels and stuff like that. He wasn't out on the field or in the stands or
Just
anything.
got lucky. Just got lucky to see him.
Exactly. He was like coming out of a door as we were walking by, basically. Right place, right time.
Oh yeah. Hey, that's pretty awesome. That's a great story. We are about halfway through game 3 here.
Youngstown State.
A little bit slower than Jackson State.
Yeah, they're starting their 5th frame now. Jackson State is finishing their 6th frame. Neither team can really put together any strikes or spares. A couple here and there, but it looks like there's a Jackson State has 2 opens. Youngstown also has 2 opens. Youngstown State has only bowled 4 frames. Jackson State at least has more frames. They have 2 opens, but they have 6 frames.
I think the hard thing for me would be that, like, obviously when you're doing professional type bowling, you can't bowl at the same time right next to each other. You have to let one person go, one person go, one person go, and like I'm very like back to back to back to back, and having to wait on somebody else, like that would drive me crazy if they're going
Yes.
slow.
Yes, it's what's called lane courtesy.
Mhm.
So even in leagues, sometimes in leagues it's way worse. Like sometimes in leagues, league bowlers can get so petty with
Mhm.
lane courtesy. But generally it's one lane. So if this person is up on lane 12, whoever's on lane 13, which there's no one, and whoever's on lane 11 should basically give the right of way to that person and let them finish their shot,
Mhm.
and then she gets up and starts her approach. And same thing for the, lane 10 and lane 12 for the
Yeah.
person on lane 11. However, there's different types of lane courtesy though too. That's the basic one, is one lane courtesy. Sometimes there's two lane courtesy, which means if you're on lane 12, 11 and 10 on your left side and 13 and 14 on your right side both have to
Wow.
basically defer to you.
That's honestly, that's a lot.
Yeah. But then also I've heard of like pair lane courtesy, which means this pair goes and
Okay.
so 11 and 12 would go, either lane would go, and then either lane 9 and 10 would go, and then either lane 13 and 14. So I've seen that too, where it's a pair lane courtesy basically.
Interesting.
But it also helps with kind of the flow of bowling and trying to keep everyone on the same kind of pace, because you have to, make sure that you're ready and to go so you're not holding up the people next to you.
Yeah.
Um, and sometimes you'll see it where they'll be like, no, go ahead. They'll just say like, pass my turn, basically.
Okay. I can imagine though, because I mean their leg does kind of go out into the other person's lane, so it is a little bit hard sometimes.
Yeah, and it depends on where they're sliding too.
Mhm.
So Youngstown State with a turkey going into the 8th frame now.
See if they can keep it up.
That was my reaction too. It's okay. So that's another gutter. That's a huge pin giveaway, especially in this
Yeah.
case, because now it's affecting multiple
Of
frames.
the strikes, yeah.
That's a
That's-
huge amount of pins.
That is the last thing they wanted to have happen right now.
Yes.
Would it redeem at all if she came back and got a strike right now?
Well, right now it would be a spare.
True.
So even though she's knocking all of the pins down potentially, it's still a spare.
Yeah.
So, but then she still gets that 0 for
And that really messes
the
with those
strike in
strikes.
the 6th
yeah.
frame and the 7th frame. Yeah, so that's a lot of wood that they just lost there.
We'll have to see if they can bring it back.
Make it up somehow, yeah. So Jackson State, if they strike out, they have 181. Youngstown State, if they strike out, they also have 181. So pretty close match here through almost 3 games so far. Solid strike from Capri Howard, anchor bowler for Jackson State. And Wren for Youngstown State matches with a strike of her own. Youngstown State, anchor bowler. Comes up just a little bit light, leaves the 2-pin. Jackson State finishes up with a 179 for their 3rd game. Youngstown State has 171 if they spare strike.
just about done here with the third game.
Third game.
Third game. I'm losing track here.
There's a lot of games.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Wow. Wow. That
That's
was
a tough one.
Yeah, that was interesting. That was almost a 5-7-10, which, did you see that middle pin there? Was almost standing. That's a very rare leave, and it's
Wow.
actually really funny if it ever gets left. Not for whoever left it,
Yeah,
but for
it's
everybody watching,
unfortunate.
it's actually like kind of
Wow,
funny. Like
yeah.
people take pictures when stuff like that happens.
Bowling memes.
I've done it before, so I've done it with like people watching me that I should not have done it in front of. I didn't mean to do it. I just left 5-7-10. Usually, if you leave a 5-7-10, it means your bowling, you have really bad ball reaction. Essentially,
Okay.
your ball is not driving through the pins at all. Yep.
It's
It's
just
embarrassing.
unfortunate. Yeah.
If it happens to you, it's embarrassing.
Yeah.
But it is a very obvious key that you need to make some kind of move.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so final scores for this third game. Youngstown State 169. Jackson State 179. So Jackson State has taken a little bit of a lead here. So Youngstown was leading by 8.
And
but
based on the
after-
first game, I really thought Youngstown was going to be blowing them out the water. But, I mean,
Yeah, they looked really good in that first game.
and now Jackson State, they've stepped up.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a
Jackson's-
small lead, but still.
And Jackson State has been fairly consistent.
Yeah, they've increased about
Right.
10 points, 10 pins every time.
And they're not necessarily high scores, 165, 159, 179. But I would take that over 202, 130, 169. You know, like
Because it's just not very
consistency
consistent.
is a very important factor.
Because then you never really know how it's going to go. It may go very badly for you. It may go really good for you. You never know. They're getting ready for, actually, Jackson State's already started game 4.
Jackson State with the open, Youngstown State with the strike.
It's amazing to me how like they curve so well, because there's these balls, they're right up against the gutter, and I'm like, if that was me, gutter ball 100% of the time, but they curve so nicely and they turn into these strikes right down the middle. It's really nice.
Well, you missed the first match. There was a lot of gutters in the first match.
It was a warm up.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what was going on with Sam Houston in that match, but they didn't look super comfortable because they were playing really close to the gutter, and I don't think that they were comfortable there. It didn't look like they were very comfortable, at least.
I can imagine they were probably tired this morning, but at the same time, they're going to be even more tired by Sunday.
Right.
7 a.m. start. That is not necessarily what everyone would
And
want.
the time change. So
Oh, yeah.
can't forget that. If you're tuning in or planning on tuning in on Sunday, don't forget.
Are we losing or gaining an hour?
You know, I never know.
I thought we were
which
gaining an
one
hour.
it is.
Because it gets darker earlier in the winter.
I got nothing when it comes to those times. I just
I-
assume that my
yeah.
phone is going to do it, and
Right?
it always does.
Yeah.
And
You
then
just let it take
the
care of
car
it.
stays the same, the microwave clock stays the same. I don't change any of them.
I have to change it or else it will literally throw me off. I'll be driving and I'll be like, oh my God, it's the wrong time. I will get very thrown off. But yeah, it'll definitely mess with our bowlers a little bit. Hopefully positively, hopefully they'll gain an hour. They could use it after that long day.
I think it's gain.
I think it is too.
Well, I don't know, because I thought the saying was fall back, spring forward, but it's winter.
This is true.
So I don't know. I got nothing. If anybody's listening and knows the rules of
Yeah.
time changing,
Enlighten
feel
us.
free, because I don't know them.
This game seems to be moving a lot quicker than the previous games, actually. Game 4 is moving. Which I have to say, as a spectator, when it comes to bowling, I like the faster pace. I think it gets you just more involved. As a player, you may or may not want the faster pace, but definitely the spectator, the faster you go, the more intrigued I am and the more high intensity it is.
That's why I really like these Baker formats.
Because they keep
in
you going.
Right. And college in general is more exciting to watch, even if it's regular team games where everyone bowls their own game. Even that is more exciting to watch than like going to a league or watching sometimes even professional bowling on television.
Yeah.
So I really like the Baker format. I like how it speeds up the game. I like how it involves and gets everyone engaged. I think it's good for the sport.
For sure.
Jackson State working on a double in the 6th frame.
See if we can make it a turkey here. Oh, there we go, a turkey. Here's another example of a team who is definitely very loud with their cheers, a lot of team spirit. Jackson State.
Youngstown State looking to match, and
Yep.
she does. Since this match is so close and we're getting towards the end, we might start seeing them get a little
Competitive.
bit competitive here.
Because it really is on right now.
Yes, a 2-pin match is, for all intents and purposes, dead even. But then if you think about it, like, when matches end and you look back on them, like, I hate to say this, but if, I forget who threw the gutter, but whichever team threw that gutter, if they end up losing,
That'd be,
that's the difference.
yeah.
That gutter on that turkey, that's the difference in the match. It's just like,
It's just unfortunately how it goes with bowling.
it is. And you don't really realize how important and how effective that can be on the outcomes of matches until you get to the end and you're like, man, I threw it in the gutter on a turkey and we lost by 6.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Especially on this close of a game. Like, if you had a really high lead, then it's like, okay, you can make up for it a little bit. I mean, you
Yeah.
don't want to ever do that, but you can make up for it. But when you are this close, it definitely does make a difference. Ooh, that's a hard one because you have to really try not to get in the gutter there.
Yes. So a lot of times you'll see people switch from their regular strike balls to what's called a plastic ball, a hard plastic ball.
And that's just that
And-
straight shot, huh?
Yes. If they hook, they don't hook very much. They might hook, 6 inches at the most. That's a lot of hook to come from a spare ball. So generally they're going to go dead straight. So they just line up on the opposite side usually of wherever side the pin is on, and then just angle towards whatever pin they're looking for.
Yeah. It looks like Jacksonville may end up bringing back their lead.
Yeah, or increasing it a little bit.
It's still up in the air.
I also really like when matches are close towards the end because that's very telling about, I think, the quality of the talent that you have on your team. You know, if you're in a close match and your team can buckle down and get it done, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's a positive thing that you can continue to work on and continue to get better at as a coach, even if you're already, pretty good at it.
Oh, yeah.
And you never get used to that kind of pressure. Like, you might be able to manage it, but
It's tough.
there's never a point where you're like, gosh, I'm totally fine in this situation. Even in something like this, where at the end of the day, if they lose, like, no big deal.
Yeah.
But if it comes down to the 10th frame, I guarantee you they're both going to be feeling it.
Oh, yeah. Which, I mean, I bet they are, because then we're going into the last game, and it's going to be a tough one.
It's just like professional bowlers, they have, I don't know, sometimes hundreds of 300s. Like, they lose track of how many 300s they shoot because they're that good.
Mm-hmm.
But if you ask them, I would venture to say that they still get nervous if they have front 9, 10, 11,
Yeah.
that they're never just okay with throwing the next shot.
Yeah.
So it never goes away. You can get good at managing it, but the nerves and the pressure never actually goes away.
Ooh, and yeah, they missed that. Youngstown.
Jackson State, though, with a big 4. That's what that pin
Yeah.
combination is known as, the big 4.
Ooh.
And that's a 0. So that's
Well,
not
they
a
both
good
ended
count.
that way.
Yes.
Or not ended, but at least this specific frame.
So Jackson State finishes this 4th game with a 182 total. Youngstown can strike out for 172. So it does look like, even though Jackson State had a really,
Rough ending.
yeah, and not a great start. They went
Yeah.
6-2 in the 1st frame and 6-0 in the 10th frame.
Yeah.
Everywhere in between, they're good.
Mm-hmm.
So with that leave from Youngstown State's anchor, they're going to gain even more pins here in this match. Youngstown State has 162 if they strike in this fill ball. I think Youngstown may be making a sub for this fill ball. That's the holdup here. Sometimes you'll see coaches do that, where if you get a free shot in the 10th frame like that, and there's really no changing the outcome, you'll see them put in different players just to see what their look is like.
Can
to
they
see-
change the lineup throughout the day? Okay.
Yep. So you can change the lineup. You can remove people. You can insert people. But if somebody has started a game, hold on, I'm trying to think about how I'm going to explain this now. So if somebody, you can take people out whenever. But if they started in the game and then you take them out, they can't go back into that game
Gotcha.
until the next game starts.
Okay.
So, but it's by game, so it's not by match.
Well, that's good.
Yeah,
That's
so
good.
there's a lot of changes that you can make. So like that person that just threw the fill ball, it's the last shot of the frame of the game, so that person doesn't have to keep bowling. Or she
Yeah.
could. Like, she could go into the lineup permanently, or, you know, he can go back to just having his regular anchor bowler, the 5th
Which is
bowler.
good. Since we have a quick little pause here, I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to Tyler. So I thank you all so much for tuning in here and listening to us. And I hope that you continue to listen throughout the day here with Dana and Tyler and any other students who end up coming and announcing. And I hope that you enjoy and that your teams win.
Thanks for joining us, Christina.
Thank you.
Jackson State starting with a strike up on that left lane. Final scores from last game, Jackson State 182, Youngstown State 162. So that increases the Jackson State lead to 22 pins going into the last game of this 5-game Baker match. Still looks like we're a little bit behind. The pairs around us are almost done with their matches, and we're now almost a full game behind. Everyone else that I see is in their 8th and 9th frames. Jackson State trying to make a statement and really seal this match, get their first win of the tournament. And another one for Jackson State. So that's 4 in a row. Youngstown still hasn't even finished their 2nd frame yet. This is the 9th annual Track Cat Clash. First one was in 2011. The first 2 events in 2011 and 2012. The host team, Sam Houston, won both of those, and they were actually both, this was back when this event was hosted in Huntsville, where Sam Houston State actually is. It's about an hour, hour and a half north of Houston. So it's technically Sam Houston's home event, but still a little bit of a drive, and I think they're still staying at a hotel, so their home event is, you know, kind of home, but that's the nature of bowling. We've talked about it a few times already, that there's just so many teams, and it's hard to stay close to home, and it's hard to get tournaments in your location. Jackson State's run comes to an end after the 5th frame. We'll see if Tiara Jackson can make the spare. And she does. A little bit of a different strategy at that one. She hooked at it. Still the same concept though. Her ball still hit the same spot of the pin to send it over into the 10 pin. So there's different ways to shoot these spares, but generally the ball is always hitting the same part of the pins and the same part of the lane the same way in order to make them. Jackson State 4th bowler with the spare, trying to get her team back on track. Jackson State far ahead, score-wise and frame-wise in this game. That definitely fell. If that's a score correction, that definitely fell. That was definitely a solid strike. It was a late fall, but nothing hit it. A pin rolled into it. Didn't get knocked by any of the rack or anything. I would say that needs to be a strike. Jackson State still striking a lot. Staying clean also. Washout from Capri Howard, though, in the 10th frame. But they do have this match locked up, and they will get their first win of the tournament. Jackson State getting the win over number 23 Youngstown. So that's a pretty good win for them. That'll look good on their record, an unranked team beating a ranked team. And another spare on that washout. We're seeing a lot of washouts made today. They're definitely makeable, but I feel like we're seeing more than usual of the amount of conversions. Jackson State can strike here in the fill for 236. Youngstown just finished their 7th frame. They can strike out for 202. So final score 235 for Jackson State. Total pinfall for them is 920. Pretty good set. And Youngstown still working through the game. Really need to try to just get as many pins as possible so that they can at least stay in the pin count for the tournament at least. Youngstown State has 180 left in the 170 actually. I was counting that for a strike. But not a good game for Youngstown here. They're just missing some makeable spares. So they now can strike out for 159. And Jackson State is going to come away with a big win over a ranked opponent. And also their first win of the tournament. Next match is coming up. We will have Duquesne and Tulane coming up. I just had one of the coaches come up to me, hand me a scorecard. Came to the wrong place. He realized as soon as he handed it to me that I'm not the scorekeeper. I do go and get some papers from the coaches, but it's not scorecards. We have kind of little live stream questionnaires for them to fill out, so I have some talking points. Some of them fill them out very detailed, some of them don't. So if I'm not necessarily talking a whole lot about your team, it's probably because I don't have a lot to work with. Again, just finishing up here. One fill shot left. 159 if they strike here. I think they might be putting someone in again in the fill shot here. And we are definitely the only pair still bowling, so everybody's waiting on us right now. And 159 in the works. If she can get them all, she won't. So that is a 157. So final scores for each team: Youngstown State 157, Jackson State 235. Jackson State total is at 920. Youngstown State totals 820, so Jackson State gets the win by 100 pins. And we will be back shortly with our next match of Duquesne and Tulane. Stay tuned. Welcome back. In this match, we have Duquesne University against Tulane University. It's kind of funny. They almost rhyme a little bit.
A little bit. Not spelled at all similarly, though.
Not at all. So joining me now, I have Tyler Josephson.
Nice to see you again.
Did I say that right?
You did, actually.
Good. Okay. I was thinking about it. I was like, I need to make sure I get his name right.
No, I'm impressed. Thank you.
So Duquesne, it's in Pittsburgh. I was actually just talking to the coach over there, and for some reason I didn't realize it was in Pittsburgh, but it's in Pittsburgh. They're a fourth-year program, so they're fairly new. Tulane has been around for a little bit. Tulane sporting the blue on the jerseys. I think it's like a throwback color. That's what I think it is. Does anybody know the story of anybody that's watching? What's the deal? Because their football, all their programs are doing it. Football has blue uniforms now. Yeah,
I'm
I don't
interested.
know.
Jump in the comments if you have an answer on that. Because I'm used to that green and white look, so.
Yeah.
I like the baby blue accent. It's nice.
Yeah.
But I'm used to
I like it.
that green and
It's
white.
different though. I've
It
never
is.
seen it before. And I follow Tulane football because Coach Fritz is there. Did you know that?
I did not.
Coach Fritz, he used to coach here at Sam Houston when Tim Flanders was here and
There's a Bearcat
Brian
throwback
Bell.
for everyone out
Yeah.
there. Timothy Flanders, wow.
Timothy Flanders. Yeah, that was back when I was here
Wow.
as a student. Timothy Flanders, Brian Bell, back when we lost 2 years in a row to North Dakota State in the national championship. Yeah, it was terrible, but it was really good. It was terrible and good all at the same time.
Current students can relate to that as well. That North Dakota State hurdle.
Yes. I don't know how anybody beats them. But anyway, back to our match here. Duquesne, unfortunate break there, 7-10. Never fun to leave that. Open spare. Tulane, little bit of a lead. Put that open there in the fourth frame. Not doing them much good. Too early to really say who's winning or who's losing. So we did just get new scores again. I'll let Tyler go through those.
So we've gone through 3 sets of matches. University of Nebraska staying on top. They have a pretty comfortable lead. Sam Houston State, so the University of Nebraska 3-0. Sam Houston State moves up to second, 2-1. And they are tied in total pinfall at this point, 2,925 apiece. McKendree below them, 2-1. Prairie View A&M that just took on Sam Houston State. They're in fourth. Their pinfall drops to 28-37. Arkansas State University rounding out the top 5, also 2-1. Stephen F. Austin University over on lane 24, rival of the Bearcats, currently facing Sam Houston State over there. They're in sixth and looking to move up. They're at 27-35. Louisiana Tech, a perfect 3-0, but their pinfall just 27-35, so they sit in 7th place despite their perfect record. And then we kind of flop that, North Carolina A&T right below them at 0-3, but their pinfall at 26-86 in 8th. Then we have Tulane and Duquesne back-to-back at 9th and 10th. They're battling it out now. Tulane is undefeated today. They've started 3-0, 2,686, and just a 5-pin lead over Duquesne, who's 2-1 at 26-81. So a lot of implications here in this 4th match in front of us on lanes 11 and 12 today.
That's true. And then also, when Christina was on, we were talking a lot about how, you know, sometimes wins and losses doesn't necessarily equate to high scores. And that's exactly right there. There's North Carolina A&T is 0-3. And what is it? The team right below them is 2-1, something like that. 3-0, actually.
Absolutely, yeah.
North Carolina A&T is in 8th place, 0-3, and then Tulane is right behind them, but they're 3-0.
Absolutely.
So that's an interesting thing that is very unique to bowling.
So that was your top 10. Sitting at 11th is Jackson State University, and they've had some ups and downs in the brackets today. They were 8th after the first match, dropped to 13th, but they turned in what you just watched was a really good 5th frame, and they have moved back up into 11th, and their average is boosted to 177.2. Youngstown State below them, Alabama State after that, Upper Iowa University, Texas Southern, and Southern University rounding it out at 2,396, and there are a couple of 0-3 teams down there. But you're right about those brackets. So we have an undefeated team at the top, a few 2-1 teams, but then it really does get jumbled, and especially right here where we look at Tulane and Duquesne, as Tulane has jumped out to a sizable early lead here in the first game.
Yes. Tulane, if they strike out, they got 223. Duquesne, if they strike out, they get 201. 201. I'm sticking with it. So yes, Tulane. One thing also that we've been talking about is how it's interesting how the two lanes can be going kind of at separate paces. So Tulane is almost done this game. So that means Duquesne is going to know exactly what they need to do if they want to gain pins, lose pins, whatever it is. So that's something that's also unique to bowling, is that you can be having a head-to-head match, but you're still kind of individually doing your own things. It's not like tennis where you are playing with the other person, you know? It's a little bit different. Bowling's a unique sport, unique thing in general.
Yeah, you can kind of look up and know where you stand, but at the same time kind of play within yourself. And I think you see that's what Tulane did in those middle frames. So they reeled off 4 straight strikes and kind of just got into a groove. So Duquesne probably looking up a little bit more at that pin count right now than Tulane is. They're just kind of getting the ball and going.
That is definitely true. Tulane, 213 if they strike, they make the spare here. Duquesne still working on that 2-0 pace.
Duquesne making a little bit of a late push here, kind of settling into their own rhythm. That's their 3rd consecutive strike.
Both these teams come into this tournament preseason ranked. Duquesne ranked number 20, and Tulane is ranked number 14. So both of these are ranked competitors. Tulane certainly in the hunt to be one of those top 16 teams for the national championship at the end of the season. Duquesne's still in the hunt too, but Tulane right now is technically in the top 16, even though that's not really how it works, as how they select the teams. But they're right there in the mix of it all.
Nice job by Madison McCall for Tulane, finishing off, picking up that spare, sophomore out of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
And an open in the 10th frame from Allison Fresco. So final scores, Duquesne 168, Tulane 213. So Tulane out to an early start, an early lead, 45 pins to be exact. So it's total pinfall for these 5 what's called Baker games. So it's not necessarily who wins each game, it's the total pinfall for the 5 games that they're bowling together with each other.
And that other format will come into play Sunday when we get into competition.
Yes. The Sunday is the elimination competition, or the best of, the actual, first to 4 wins, the head-to-head. Tomorrow is regular team games. It's a little bit slower, but still exciting relative to, regular bowling. College bowling is probably the most excitement you're going to get in the sport of bowling.
Absolutely. Just even the emotion, just not even from the players, but just even the crowd kind of sitting around too. Everyone's staying very engaged. It's something you don't always see, and it's nice, especially at the collegiate level, to kind of see that.
Especially a sport like bowling, how it's such a long format, and for everybody to be engaged throughout the whole tournament, really. That's taxing taxing. It's just tiring to be mentally and physically engaged in something for that long, even if it's not high output. You know, there is a level of physical endurance that you have to be able to do this.
Tulane's pace helping with that, keeping it up as Kylie Frick spares the second frame. Duquesne trying to answer. They'll get 9 to start their frame.
A little bit lucky there. Got kind of, I don't even really know what pin that was. Maybe a 2-pin, 8-pin, something, 4-pin, something over there. Kind of slid around a little bit before it decided to fall. Tulane clean through 2 frames so far.
And they'll finish their third frame with a spare. Sarah Kirkpatrick for Duquesne, and she picks it up as well in the second frame over there on lane 12.
Jessica Cadez for Duquesne in the third spot, up bowling now on the right lane. She was the NEC All-Rookie. She was on the NEC All-Rookie team. So definitely some skill and talent there. And she's getting her team started with a strike.
Clutch roll for Duquesne right there. Tulane trying to pull ahead. We talked about how close these two teams are in the standings coming into this matchup, so that was big to not let Tulane kind of jump out.
We've seen a lot of those conversions today.
It's an impressive pickup.
A lot of those conversions, and that's actually, the way she just shot it is actually, I would consider a harder way to make it, to be honest. Because if you hit it on the right side of the head pin, then your ball would just deflect into those other 2 pins, and you're not necessarily relying on the head pin, you know, to shoot in the right direction and all of that. But she still made it. Quality spare there. Still clean, which is good. I don't think we've seen a single clean game yet on this pair. Maybe we have. Did we see a 240 in there somewhere? I think we did. I think Arkansas State maybe had one. Tulane University in New Orleans. So they like to spend their time doing typical New Orleans things, so I hear.
I think
yeah.
so.
On their sheet, they listed all of the, we love crawfish, we love Mardi Gras. So they seem to be very New Orleans in how they go about their day-to-day, you know, festivities, which is cool. If I lived in New Orleans, I'd probably do the same thing.
Oh, I don't blame them. There's a lot of culture at Tulane. I've been out there a couple of times, and it's always an enjoyable environment. Allison Hresco for Duquesne starting their 5th frame. She'll pick up 6. Has a good opportunity to spare this one.
Madison McCall for Tulane, shooting the double wood here. Gonna throw straight at it. And that's what really makes those spares tricky, is that you gotta get that back pin out of there. And it's hard to do that if you're throwing straight at it, but then if you hook at it, then you have the whole factor of the lane, and you have to, you know, be accurate, just like on a strike shot. So there's kind of like, it's a pick your poison thing. You know, do you want to, it's essentially a pick your poison. Either way, you have to be really, really accurate, and there's a lot of ways that you can miss those types of spares. back-to-back opens for Duquesne in the 4th and 5th frames.
And Tulane opened that 6th frame, so if you're Duquesne, now's the time that you don't want to have that happen. You want to try and jump back into this game.
That's right, and Tulane does also have a 45-pin lead early after one game in this match. So Duquesne has some making up to do. I think every match that we've had so far, I'm trying to look for my old scorecards, but I'm pretty sure every match that we had, whoever started with the lead ended up not winning.
Wow.
Which is an interesting thing to think about. Sam Houston was down. Gosh, who did we just watch?
Jackson State.
Jackson State was down. Pretty sure they were all down. And
Wow.
then they all ended up winning.
That shows you how quickly that total pinfall format can change the outcome. 10 frames, obviously a good start for Tulane, but it doesn't mean all that much in the scheme of things to jump out to that lead. You have to kind of maintain.
Right.
And this is a really competitive field that we have here today, and it just shows you the resilience and the ability to bounce back, and that's why so many of these teams are ranked.
That's right. We have a field of 16, and out of those 16, 10 of them are ranked.
It's an impressive field.
6 of them are top 10. So it's a strong field here. And I'm pretty sure that Coach Hagan, the head coach for Sam Houston, who hosts this event, pretty sure they have waiting lists for this tournament. You know, we're always here doing the live stream, so there's a lot of perks for programs to come here and get some quality wins, but also get some exposure potentially.
Absolutely. Well, we have 2 through 6 outside of Vanderbilt. You have the entire top of the rankings here. Vanderbilt actually matched up against Sam Houston State University in their first tournament. And that was a Sunday for the ages to kick off the bowling campaign for those two teams.
I didn't watch. How did that go?
Vanderbilt had jumped out to a 2-0 lead on their Sunday, and Sam Houston came back with 4 straight games.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so an impressive showing for the Cats. And you see them sitting at number 6. And facing Stephen F. Austin University, who I'm sure Sam Houston would like to face after the Southland Bowling League Championships last year. SFA always a good competitor. Tulane keeping that quick pace into their 10th frame now. Madison McCall back up. She finished off the first game well. She'll do the same here, pick up a strike.
So they can strike out for 199, Tulane, and then Duquesne can strike out for 204. They're still in the 7th frame. Tulane is finishing up their 10th frame. Tomorrow, since the format is different, it'll be regular team games. So it'll still be 5 people in a lineup, but instead of bowling 5 people in one game, it'll be 5 people each bowling an individual game. So it's just a slower kind of format, but we also then, there's the individual aspect that comes into play. So there's always kind of a side tournament kind of that goes on. So tomorrow will be the day that the all-tournament team gets decided, because they go by top 5 of total pinfall in the individual standings. So whoever has the highest pinfall will be the tournament MVP. And then 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th will be named to the all-tournament team.
So Tulane concludes their second game, 188, and they are helping their pins per game average here coming into this match. They're sitting right around 179. So we've seen 188 and 213 in the first game. So making a boost there. Duquesne will finish up their 9th frame.
And open there. If you had to pick, that's certainly not where you want to have your open, in the 9th or 10th frame.
And a strike to begin the 10th frame, so a nice job bouncing back. 140. Allison Fresco will try to close that gap that Duquesne's going to face after the second game.
Pretty good shot. Rang a 10 though, unfortunately. So they'll, with the spare, be at 150.
You mentioned that 45 pin deficit, so if you're Duquesne, even if you pick this up, you gotta feel like you left a little bit of an opportunity on the table here to kind of close that gap, make up some of those pins. She will get it though.
You're right though, they had a lot of opens in there that are considered makeable, which, you know, a single pin especially, basically giving away pins there. So total pins for the game. Tulane 150. Duquesne. Did they switch already? No, Duquesne 150. Sorry, I'm getting confused because they already switched lanes on me. Duquesne
Tulane's ready to go.
Yeah, Tulane's like, we were talking about that too, how some teams just go fast. Tulane is clearly one of those teams that they're going. Duquesne 150, Tulane 188. Get you updated numbers. So Tulane now leads by 83 after 2 games of this match. So pretty big lead already.
Tulane having a pace here that could really help them jump up. They're looking right at about 200 pins per game. That would sit on top. University of Nebraska and Sam Houston State up there at 195. McKendree, the only other team above 190, and it's just by a hair at 190 and a half. So Tulane with an opportunity if they can keep up their pace. It's only been 2 games. If they can keep up this pinfall pace, and they could really make a jump here in the middle of the day.
And we've seen that already in the past few matches of teams that either start really strong or start really weak and then finish strong. So it's not necessarily about bowling 1 or 2 good games. It's about being consistent and keeping, you know, a steady pace.
Well, just in the last match, we saw that with Jackson State. I mean, they finished with a 235, but that was well above anything that we had seen out of them previously. And you see the potential of a game like that, and you just wish you were kind of executing more consistently at that level.
Right.
Couple of tough rolls to open up on both lanes.
I was just about to say, these are both not very friendly pin combinations to be shooting at. Both of them have double woods, so there's 2 pins behind those lead pins. There's the 2-8 in both of those combinations. So we'll see how they both go at these spares.
And that's what you're talking about right there. It's hard to get that bounce off that lead pin straight back and still be able to kind of kick out. That's an impressive pickup from Tulane.
That's a strong pickup there.
So Amelia Vasquez correcting that 7 split that she was faced with. Megan Cook picks up 2 of her 4. So an open first frame for Duquesne, and Tulane kind of just picking up where they left off.
Little bit high there, 4-pin. Could have struck. It was one of those shots that it's like, it was good enough, but is it really that? You know, some shots that you think that they might be able to strike, and then stuff like that happens, where that was good for about 6, and that got 9.
It did. Had 6 or 7 for a little bit.
It did.
Right at the end, Kylie Frick getting a little bit lucky that she has a single pin to pick up now. Sarah Kirkpatrick with a chance to pick it up, and she does, so that's big for Duquesne coming off that open in the first frame to spare here. Picking up those single pins when you start looking at a field this competitive, I think, is one of those keys that you're going to hear about. You have to pick up those 1-pin spares.
It really is. Sometimes that's the difference between winning and losing, is one single pin spare.
And there you see it. Early in this match, Duquesne picked up a shot that Tulane was unable to. And so the door's kind of open now for Duquesne.
And the
Jessica
thing that,
Quinez takes advantage.
sorry about that, but
No,
the
you're good.
thing about single pin spares is that if you miss one, it's just a miss. It's not like you got unlucky.
Yeah.
You just missed.
You did.
So it's really sometimes can be hard to get past that if you're the one that missed it. Especially those 10 pins for right-handers or 7 pins for left-handers. Those tend to be the ones that nobody really likes shooting.
And sometimes it's not explainable. You can spend all week in practice picking those up and feel really good and get to that meet and just not be able to. And you can't always, pinpoint why, no pun intended there, but you can't always pinpoint why. And sometimes when it comes up again, a frame or a game later, what a pickup there from Tulane.
That was an awesome spare there. That was the 4-7-10. Perfect textbook conversion.
Crystal Singh coming through huge. We were talking about that pace of Tulane trying to keep it up. It looked for a minute like maybe they weren't going to. And that's their second 7 that's turned into a spare for them in the first 3 frames. Neither one of them were easy pickups either.
Right. And then that's the other thing. You look at that score and you're like, okay, we made this double wood split, and then we made this big split across the whole pin deck, but we couldn't get that 10 pin. And it's just like, it's staring at you the whole game now.
Yep. And speaking of, we see Duquesne pick it up there. So a very even match. If you're Duquesne, that's not necessarily great news considering the deficit you're facing, but at least you're in this 3rd game.
Right. At this point, they need to just maintain. They need to stay pace with Tulane and get extra pins back any way they can. But they cannot give away any more pins to Tulane.
They are answering roll for roll here. Tulane trying to pull away. Duquesne not letting them. So 6th frame, we're back to the top. Amelia Vasquez for Tulane.
A little bit high there for a pin. Duquesne trying to make that strike in the 5th frame a double, which would help them get some of those pins back.
And at this point, you mentioned that open 2nd frame, not picking up that 10, staring at Tulane. I think Duquesne's going to feel the same way about that open 1st frame. They haven't had another one of those since. With that 8 going to kind of stare them down if this game finishes as close as it is now.
It is. If it ever comes down to a mark, so a strike or a spare, if you have one of those opens, yeah, that'll eat at you for sure.
Megan Cook picking that one up for Duquesne. A lot of Tulane shots, just leaving a couple of pins, mostly on that right side of the lane today.
Usually that means for right-handers that they're hitting the head pin too high, essentially. So the ideal location, that was light, obviously, for on the left lane in 11, but the ideal location would be to hit right between the 1 and the 3 pin, kind of hit right, that's what they call the pocket. So if you hit light, you can leave this washout, that didn't even hit the head pin, so, or you can go light and you leave a 2-pin kind of split combinations, but if you go high on the head pin, that's when you start to leave those corner combinations over on the right side if you're right-hander, where you'll see those little baby splits over here, or the 6-10s like they just had over on lane 12 for Tulane. You can learn a lot. That's part of like kind of the secrets, I guess, of bowling, is that if you really are careful about observing how the pins are falling, you can know exactly what you have to do without even knowing like the oil patterns and any of that. You can just watch how your pins are falling and know how you need to adjust.
So during that explanation, Tulane pulling away a little bit. They're a frame ahead, though, of Duquesne now. Not keeping the same pace that they had the first 2 games.
Yeah, they have slowed down a little bit. Part of that might be because they were throwing a little bit more strikes, and now they have a couple strikes, but they also have 2 shots in most of their frames. If you only have to throw 1 shot, then it's easy to kind of get in a rhythm and start going really quick.
And they're having to kind of slow down and think about how to pick these splits up that they've had a couple of times, these single pins, a little bit more planning rather than just kind of get the ball and go that we saw for the first couple. Duquesne a strike, it comes off an open frame, so that doesn't help. But a strike as they head into their 9th frame, they can get back some of these pins depending on how Tulane finishes this out.
So Duquesne, if they strike out, they're at 204, and they're still on pace for that. Tulane, if they spare here, they can strike out for 205. So we have potentially a close game here still.
And that just shows you, despite that 83 pin difference, I mean, you look at their first 3 games, and the majority of this day, these 2 teams have been very, very close together in their performances. And we see that here. Tough roll there for Duquesne.
So she really needs to spare this and hope for some help from Tulane to not lose more pins.
Madison McCall for Tulane in the 10th frame will pick up 9, and she'll leave that 9 pin.
And an open 10th frame. If you had to pick, that's the absolute last place that you would want that open. 167. Bookended with opens.
Now you get to look to your right and see Tulane pick up that frame. So that deficit will increase for Duquesne. So McCall takes her last roll.
194 in the wood if McCall can throw this last strike here. So 193 total for Tulane, 167 for Duquesne. And Tulane is going to increase that lead. To 109. So 109 pin lead after 3 games in this 5-game Baker match. That's a lot of pins.
Yeah, easily the largest deficit, especially at this stage in a match that I think we've seen today in front of us on lanes 11 and 12.
I think you might be right. There was one that we had another big number like this as well. So now Duquesne is in a position where they have to strike. They certainly cannot give up pins. They can't have open 10th frames. They really can't afford to have any open frames at all. And they really also probably need some help from Tulane. Help in the form of open frames.
Yes. And Tulane hasn't given many of those.
No, they haven't. But that's also very telling about how important spares are. Like if you make your spares, generally you're gonna win matches. Even if you're not shooting 200. You can shoot 190 and increase your lead.
That 190 mark has really kind of been that that divider between that top part of the field today that we've seen both in per game and average per game pinfall. So that's just where Tulane's sitting above right now, and it's working for them. Duquesne really needs to pick it up, sitting around that high 160s for 2 of their 3 games. See the emotion there from Duquesne, starting out with back-to-back strikes.
They know what they need. They know they need to string together some strikes, especially after that 9 miss from Tulane in the first frame. They know that this is their chance.
Yeah, that 9 on the first roll, kind of Tulane's kryptonite the last couple of games. Duquesne taking advantage. There's their third.
And a lucky strike, crossing over the head pin.
So Megan Cook, Sarah Kirkpatrick, and Jessica Cadez with 3 perfect strikes. They will give way to Olivia Farwell, who will try and keep that going.
Good spare from Crystal Singh. And the streak ends there for Duquesne. Olivia Farwell, just a tad bit high, left that 4-pin there.
You see kind of a shake of the head. Knew that right as it got there. But that's not what she wanted. But you can do something that Tulane across the way hasn't been able to do consistently enough, and that's pick up that 10th pin. Olivia Farwell will try and pick it up. A junior from just down the road, Elizabethtown, Pennsylvania. So not a long trip to Duquesne for her. Tulane comes off the strike. Madison McCall hits a 9.
4-pin again, same as what Olivia Farwell just made.
I would love the story behind the little stuffed animal that Duquesne is passing around as a celebration with their team.
I actually haven't even noticed. Are they passing something around?
Yes, it's actually on Olivia's head right now. She's just outside the right side of our frame.
That's kind of funny. Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. We'll have to maybe see if we can go on a reconnaissance mission and find that out. I'm sure they have some kind of, there has to be a story.
Absolutely.
Stuff like that doesn't happen without a story. That's a good one. Every so often you see kind of weird things. You see it in all sports.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know, like kind of weird things that catch on, like the turnover chain at Miami.
Yes,
That's
one of my favorites.
It's kind of funny.
Tulane excited as they pick up a strike there. Amelia Vasquez. Kylie Frick, excuse me. Vasquez and Frick going back to back as they head into their 8th frame. Overtaking Duquesne, who had a hot start. Tough roll for Megan Cook. You saw the emotion as 9 fell and she left that 8 pin. You can hear Prairie View A&M in the background on the lanes to the right of these two. One of my favorite universities. I really enjoy the emotion that they bring all of their sports.
They do. That is very true. Prairie View A&M, they're all in on everything. That's very true. They are making noise for a purpose. They can strike in their fill ball for 232, 233, 230 something. Can't really see the score exactly.
And they will.
And they do, that's right. So they got a good little game. Probably even a good set going over there.
Sitting in 4th through the first 3 games.
Prairie View? Very cool.
Right. Am I mistaken?
So
not one of the ranked teams here.
I don't believe so. Let's see if we can get our sheet. Prairie View, not ranked.
Not ranked, but making noise for sure.
In a heavy, stacked field. Could be a huge season-changing tournament for them if they can keep this up for the whole weekend. And another open in the 8th frame from Tulane. Another 9 miss.
Caldwell picked up 9 for Tulane in the 10th frame. Kind of had a look on her face like, how did that last pin not fall on that roll?
That look is very common in the bowling world. Oh, yes. I was talking to Christina about how you can control your destiny in bowling to an extent.
Yes.
Because once you let go of the bowling ball, you have no idea how the pins are going to fall. And so there's a genuine luck factor in bowling that I don't know exists in other sports.
I agree with that. I'm trying to think. Nothing.
Yeah, like I'm thinking football, no. Like you either win or you lose, and you win or lose based on your physical talents and how you perform. Like you don't get lucky and like somebody throws the ball to you or something like that, you know? But in bowling, you could just get lucky and beat someone because you got lucky, or lose because the other person got lucky. Or more lucky than you know? But going back to those pinfalls, that's another way that you can kind of tell if you're in the right part of the lane, and you know, if you're getting lucky strikes, then you're probably in the right part of the lane and you're probably matched up well. If you're not getting lucky, if you're 4-pinning and 10-pinning and splitting if you don't hit the pocket, you're probably not in the right part of the lane. So final scores, Tulane 174, Duquesne 214. Oh, they have more.
Yes, Duquesne with an opportunity to pick up a good bunch of those pins and get back in this. A strike to open their 10th frame.
So they're going to pick up some wood here. They're going to half this, at least. This is exactly what Duquesne needed. It was a game like this from them and Tulane.
And they know it. Allison Resco coming back to a fired up group.
So strike here gives them 244.
Already sitting at a 60 pin advantage in this one. And to me, this is where the pinfall format is exciting. I enjoy every roll meaning something at the end of the game, despite who's necessarily on top of that individual game.
Right.
243, and that's huge.
So that's 69 pins that they gained just in that game. Which means they are now only down by 40, which is much more manageable.
Absolutely, and the smallest deficit they've seen, losing the first frame by 45. It went downhill since then. But welcome back, Duquesne. We have a 5th game that's going to mean a lot here.
That's right. It's going to come down to this. They need to basically repeat again, do the same thing again.
And this is where that luck comes in too. Tulane needs a way to turn around that 174. And if you're Duquesne, you kind of have to hope that they repeat as well and don't hit that 190 mark.
Exactly. So this is an interesting strategy right here that just happened. So in the 5th game, the higher seed, whoever's ranked higher, gets to choose whether they want to stay on this lane or whether they want to continue rotating and switch to the other lane again. Duquesne just shot 240 on this lane, and Tulane's the higher seed. But they decided to keep Tulane on that lane, or they decided to keep Duquesne on that lane that they just shot 240 on. And they just shot 170 on this lane.
Yes.
So that's an interesting strategy to me.
And you wonder if they saw something, if there was some kind of mid-game adjustment that they saw that they're like, no, we can play this lane. Here's what happened in the first few frames where we kind of dropped that 3rd and 4th. And maybe they saw something they felt like they could correct and stuck with what they knew. But I mean, I agree with you. I think if nothing else, disrupt Duquesne's rhythm a little bit.
Right. Make them. We got a match.
Back-to-back strikes
yeah,
says otherwise
maybe,
for Tulane.
Yeah, maybe we're just sitting back here talking about it for a reason. Maybe that's why they're up there and we're not. But it's interesting. I don't know if I've ever seen that happen, where you let them, like you choose to let them stay on the lane that they just bowled really well on.
Crystal Singh's going to have a tough pickup here.
Makeable, but still considered a split. So if she did make it, it would go into her, it would help her split percentage, her split conversion percentages.
Huge roll on lane 12 by Sarah Kirkpatrick.
Good spare from Tulane. Not an easy spare, not a hard spare. It's kind of one of those spares that you don't really want to have to shoot at. But good spare. And a split there, unfortunately. We'll see if maybe she can show off her split making skills. I feel like we've seen a lot of split conversions and washout conversions.
We have. I think we've seen more splits converted than single pins.
You're
in
probably
this match.
right. You're probably right.
Isabel Lee with the strike to get Tulane back in it in the 4th frame. She almost got it.
It was close. It was a good run. Didn't quite catch far enough edge on that 6th pin, but it was a good run for sure. So that gives them 55 in the 3rd. Tulane has 68 in the 3rd, but they have a strike in the 4th. Duquesne has yet to throw their 4th frame shot.
Madison McCall strikes. She's had a good match.
She has. And that's an example of that strike there, how she tripped that 4-pin out, kind of fell forward, whereas pretty much everyone else, if they go a little bit high, they leave that 4-pin. Or if something like that happens, where you throw a good shot and you leave the one thing that's basically unmakeable.
I think that goes back to that conversation you were talking about with luck, where you can only do so much, but there's an entire lane in front of you once that ball comes out of your hand that sometimes you didn't do anything wrong.
Right.
That was just one of those really unfortunate shots in a very unfortunate situation.
Olivia Farwell, the player we're talking about here, shooting that 710, she actually finished 5th this year at USBC Nationals.
Wow.
Last year, actually. So she's on Junior Team USA. She was also last year's NEC Bowler of the Year, so quality talent there. Unfortunate break, but definitely a lot of talent and skill there.
Split for Tulane in the 7th frame.
Duquesne really needs to start stringing together some strikes if they want to make up these 40 pins. And on a split like that, getting the count is the important thing because it's pretty much unmakeable unless you get lucky. So you want to get as many of those pins as you can because on the strike, 7-1, you would have a different score than 7-2.
There's Crystal Singh in the 8th frame. She strikes. Tulane trying to kind of pull away. And I like what they've done here. You mentioned picking up just those 2 pins and getting the count, and they know that they have that 40-pin lead. And that,
Right.
I think that's where you're able to settle in a little bit and just pick up those pins. And it feels like every roll here is so huge for Duquesne as they pick up that spare. But for Tulane, it's more of a just stay on top. And they got on top in the middle frames, and that 5th and 6th frame was big. And now they can just kind of play it out.
Right.
Bit of a smile there from Isabel Lee. She picks up 9. She'll have that single 10 pin.
And the door for Duquesne keeps getting more and more closed.
And that spare might actually do it.
It might.
Three splits for Duquesne in 6 frames. And
That'll-
rough splits too.
Unmakeable, basically. Yeah. That'll do it.
So Tulane with a good opportunity here to get into that top 8. That'll put them in the top half of this field. And after the 4th game here on Friday, you'd have to be feeling pretty good about being in the top half. They've kind of steadily moved up all day. They went from 13th to 12th to 9th. And a chance to crack the top 8.
This could be a potentially a big tournament for Tulane also. They're ranked number 14. If they can get some quality wins over these top 10 teams that are here, they can jump pretty high when the next coaches poll comes out. Open in the 10th frame though. They're still at 201 and they're really still in good shape to win this match. Duquesne can strike out for 210, so not enough to make up that 40 pins. So Tulane will get the win here and stay undefeated in the tournament at least.
And they will see their game average go up. They're sitting at that 179. They've thrown together a good 5 games here in the 4th match. So a 193.8. So they pick up about 14 pins higher than what their average has been today.
So yeah, they'll definitely, their tournament average will definitely go up after this one.
They have the 2 teams, Louisiana Tech in 7th and North Carolina A&T in 8th, right above them. They're within 3 pins per game of those 2 universities. So that's 7 through 10. Duquesne is that 10 team, and they might fall a little bit with Jackson State kind of creeping up behind them. And the middle of this bracket even is competitive, and that just shows you how strong the field is.
Duquesne doing a good job of making sure they get their wood here though. I'm sure that they're thinking about what you just explained, how the overall standings and how there's teams behind them that are breathing down their necks.
And if nothing else, a positive takeaway here as you move into your 5th game if you're Duquesne, showing, hey, we can go out and pick up those strikes and we can finish strong. We've seen flashes of some really good bowling from Duquesne. It's just putting it together for 10 frames.
Right. Seems like they'll have 1 or 2 players that can't miss, but then there's maybe 1 or 2 players that can't make a spare. So they need to get everybody on the same page at the same time, and then I think they'll be in good shape.
And that bodes well for them going into tomorrow, though. 2 or 3 hot hands sometimes can pick it up for you in those team game matches that you talked about when that format changes. So don't count Duquesne out.
So final scores for these games. Duquesne 196, Tulane 201. So Tulane will win it by 74 pins. They'll also increase their average. They'll also add another win to the column. So they're 4-0 for the tournament. Duquesne might have to regroup a little bit to make sure that they don't fall any further in the standings, but they seem to have the talent to be able to do just that. So our next match is coming up. This is our 5th match. And we will have, on this pair, we will have Louisiana Tech and Upper Iowa. So stay tuned. We'll be right back with that. We probably will have a little bit of a break because I think there's a couple teams still finishing up. But we'll be right back with those 2 teams. Stay tuned. we are back. Our match here features Louisiana Tech and Upper Iowa.
One more fun fact. I forgot Danielle was, or not Danielle, Lindsay, the lefty that likes to hit on the right side, was a Dexter All-American. It even looks better on paper.
So 17th ranked Louisiana Tech coming off their first loss of the day to North Carolina A&T. They were the 7 and 8 teams before that. As we get a new score sheet, we will get to that in a moment. Continue to introduce this match. Upper Iowa, an interesting team, a first-year program.
First-year program out of Fayette, Iowa.
Fayette, Iowa.
I was trying to say it for the first time when I was talking to the head coach. And I guess I didn't say the A's correctly. So she corrected me. It's Fayette.
Fayette. I wouldn't have said it correctly either.
Yeah. She said it to me and I repeated it back to her and I still didn't say it right.
Okay.
Fayette.
And that head coach is Nicole DePaul Miller. She sees her first-year program sitting in 15th. They've dropped one slot. And they're one of those interesting teams that we talked about. They're 2 and 2 today, despite being at the bottom of the field.
Right. And also interesting because they're brand new and nobody really knows about them. Nobody knows what to expect from them. Nobody knows, you know, just how everyone's going to bowl together. So it'll be interesting to watch them throughout the whole season.
They've consistently improved today. They had a field low 788 in their first match today. From there, they went 809, 847, and 833. So trending in the right direction, if nothing else, if you're Upper Iowa. And that kind of juxtaposes Louisiana Tech, ranked 17th in the country, who's been on a little bit of a downward trend to open up this tournament. Just a bit. They have fallen to 10th now after being beat by North Carolina A&T, who jumped up to 6th place in a big win over Louisiana Tech.
Well, we were talking to Coach Nantis of Louisiana Tech earlier before this match started, and he said that they got beat pretty bad by North Carolina A&T, and Louisiana Tech shot 9-0 something. So if they got beat pretty badly, I wonder what those total pinfall for North Carolina A&T was last game.
1,003.
Yeah, that's getting
That'll
beat
do
pretty
it.
bad. That'll do it.
That'll
That'll
do
do
it.
it for sure.
Third highest in the field behind Nebraska, who remains at the top of our list, and Arkansas State, who's in third. Wedged between them, Sam Houston State University, who edged out Stephen F. Austin, who had their lowest game of the day at 822. Sam Houston State 965. And a key note here, Nebraska sitting at the top. They are the only team in the field now averaging over 200 pins per game, 201.6, and there's just such a drop-off between them and the rest of the top 5.
And that's interesting because they're going through a little bit of change in leadership. Their head coach recently just announced his retirement. So they are, I would imagine, trying to kind of figure out, you know, how they're going to move forward and how things might change, how things might be the same. But it'll be interesting to see how Nebraska, you know, continues for the rest of the season. I don't see them declining to a point of, you know, concern. But, you know, they are a perennial powerhouse. When people think of particularly women's bowling, Nebraska is one of those teams that people think about first.
So they sit 4th in the country. It's been pretty steady for them. They did receive a first place vote, but they are 4th in the coaches poll right now. They are one of only 2 4-0 teams in the field today. The other one you just watched on these lanes was Tulane University, who was able to down Duquesne, and so they moved to 4-0. They sit in 7th, so not much of a jump. Duquesne down to 9th. So let's run through these because these standings got shaken up just a little bit. Nebraska on the top, Sam Houston State, Arkansas State, McKendree University that has just kind of quietly sat in that top 5 today. Prairie View A&M rounding out the top 5.
That is That's probably the most surprising thing so far that I've seen in the standings, at least, is how well Prairie View A&M is bowling.
North Carolina A&T coming out of nowhere with a 1,003 pin count in their 4th game to pick up their first win of the day, and it pushes them to 6th. And you look at that 1-3 record, 927, 887, 890, and 1,003, and that's a tough 1-3 for North Carolina. And that's where you mentioned those records don't really mean anything. They're wedged between a 3-1 and a 4-0 team, and their pinfall's impressive.
Right. And then there's Tulane, right, that's beneath them, and they're 1 of 2 in the whole tournament, and the other team is leading. So it's interesting how it just depends on who you bowl. It depends on the draw. A lot of it does.
So Stephen F. Austin, number 3 in the country, just defeated by Sam Houston, number 5 in the country, and SFA has dropped to 8th. So they're going to play this last match actually against Duquesne and try and battle and stay in the top half of the field, as Duquesne sits below them at 9th. And they're on the lanes just to our right, so that's an interesting matchup. Louisiana Tech at 10th, looking to claw their way back up. Jackson State continuing to move. They're up to 11. Then Alabama State, Youngstown, Texas Southern, Upper Iowa that we see in front of us right now in lane 12, and Southern University, Baton Rouge.
So we have 2 4-0 teams and 2 teams still looking for their first win. Youngstown State's actually one of those looking for their first win. It's interesting. It's just interesting how it's all about how the cookie crumbles.
Youngstown State looking for their first win. They're number 13 right now. They're to the left of us, and they're facing number 14 in the tournament, Texas Southern. So a couple of teams right next to each other. Very similar numbers today. Texas Southern coming off a 1,001 in their 4th game. That's their only win of the day.
That's also a crazy number. Texas Southern, I had to come over and look at the score sheet to make sure he was reading this right. Texas Southern in 14th place. They go 840, 763, 799, 1,001. Out of nowhere, 1,001. There's only been like less than 10,000 pin sets in the whole tournament so far, and one of them is Texas Southern.
And they did it against none other than McKendree, who we just said sits very quietly in the top 5.
So that means they just beat McKendree. McKendree shot 965 and lost to unranked Texas Southern. And
1,001.
McKendree is the number 2 team in the country. That's a huge win for Texas Southern. That's huge. Back to our match here on our featured pair. Louisiana Tech up on the left lane there in the all black. Upper Iowa in the all blue on the right lane.
Going back to Louisiana Tech's 4th frame, their head coach came and told us, Matt Nantis walked over and said, we can't pick up a spare today to save our lives. And they are now doing that here in this match, in a close match with Upper Iowa, but it looks like they're getting a little bit back to form here. So they don't have an open frame yet as they're in their 9th.
And they will probably be in the hunt now that the national tournament got expanded to 16 teams. They're currently ranked number 17 in the country. So they're right in the mix. They have to have a strong rest of the season, a couple strong outings at some tournaments, maybe get some quality wins at a tournament like this weekend, where there's top 10 teams here. And they'll be right in that mix come the end of the season.
One of those so-called bubble teams, if you will, looking to kind of fight their way in.
Yes.
They have a really tough set in front of them right here in their 9th frame.
This spare here, the split actually that Louisiana Tech just shot, that was a 4 count. That's a unique leave to hit the head pin and you only knock down 4 pins. So she got 4 back out of it, which is good for count, but that's an open frame in the 9th frame. Not what you want to really have when you're trying to make up some pins.
Upper Iowa in the same boat with an open 9th frame. Both teams moving on to their 10th. Reynolds for Upper Iowa, making it interesting. She strikes to open their 10th frame.
Upper Iowa has 179 if they strike out here. La Tech with the spare. They can strike in the fill for 191. Caitlin Eder, the anchor bowler for Louisiana Tech. Team USA member. She's got 10 gold medals and a silver. That's pretty impressive.
That's impressive.
That is impressive. 10 golds.
Wow.
Like,
Yeah, wow.
10 golds and 1 silver?
When your silver medal's almost a blemish, you know you're doing good things.
Right. Right. It makes you want to almost say, like, geez, what happened there?
Yeah. And you see why she does strike out that 10th frame. Eder now in her junior year. Lithia, Florida, product of Newsom High School, finishes it off for Tech. Upper Iowa will close it out 168. That match seemed like it should have been a little closer at the end. That open 10th frame that we've mentioned today, not what you want to do if you're Upper Iowa.
And 9th frame. Just not, nothing good happens when you open in the 9th and or 10th frame. So that's an early 23-pin lead for Louisiana Tech. Clean game also from Louisiana. Nope, just kidding. I forgot about that 4 count in there. I was about to get really excited for that clean game, but technically, if we want to get technical, it was a split, so like it doesn't count.
Still.
But you know, yeah.
Still. It just sticks out
It
on
does.
that scorecard like a sore thumb.
It does. It doesn't affect the stats the same way that it affects the final score of your game. But it is still an open.
So Louisiana Tech against the Upper Iowa University Peacocks.
They're peacocks.
The Peacocks.
Huh. And as we hear their cheer for the peacocks.
It does explain the uniforms a little bit. It's feathers.
It does. I get it now. Yeah. I wasn't really, I thought it was just a design at first.
Yeah, it was busy. I wasn't sure what it was, but it's feathers.
Yeah, it makes sense now.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm cool with it.
Very diverse compared to Louisiana Tech. Very simplified. I always loved their logo. I really enjoyed it with the state of Louisiana in the middle, the blue and red color scheme. So Upper Iowa, a brand new program, faced Nebraska earlier this year, who sits at the top. They faced them on October 25th. They lost a game 1,014 to 987.
So it was a competitive game then.
It was.
They didn't get blown out. That's pretty close. I would venture to say a game like that might have come down to the 9th and 10th frames.
They bowled one of their best games of the season against Nebraska. They are 5-8. So for a first-year program, they played an 18-team tournament last weekend, the Bearcat Hammer Classic, and they finished 13th. They picked up some wins here and there. They beat Alabama A&M University, bowling a 922.
And Alexandra Dombrowski getting a little luck off the wall to pick up that spare in the first frame. Louisiana Tech off to a fast start with a double. Danielle Jedlicki.
Sure.
We did not get, we have a lot of information for Louisiana Tech, but what we did not get is pronunciations.
And when you're dealing, especially those Louisiana teams, I remember calling a baseball series last year against Louisiana Lafayette, and it was difficult. I actually, after the second inning, had to track someone down because there was a good portion of that lineup.
So if we do mispronounce anything, certainly apologize. We're not trying to. We're doing our best.
Yes.
And it's also handwritten. So
that is true.
it's
And I don't
not
think they would
typeface.
appreciate us going and asking right now.
Right.
think
Right
they're-
now is not a good time.
No, I think they're in the middle of something.
Yeah. So the strike ends with Ali Leondecker. Leondecker shooting a spare, about to get up on the approach for Louisiana Tech. She's actually a Teen Masters champion, which is essentially the premier high school event. So that's quite a feat. Quite a feat for sure. I would say outside of Junior Gold, Teen Masters is probably the biggest event for junior amateurs.
Wow. So Louisiana Tech jumping out to an early lead, working quickly compared to Upper Iowa here. A strike in the 5th frame. So 108 early on for Louisiana Tech. I think Upper Iowa is another example of that consistency that we were talking about. And I think that a lot of that just comes with experience and
I
playing
think you're
tournaments
right.
like this.
Even if they did, I don't know what's, if they have anyone but freshmen. Looks like they have a couple of upperclassmen. But even if they do have some upperclassmen, there's still the factor of this is the first time they're all bowling together. And that was another lucky spare. That was crazy. We're seeing so many washouts being made. She just hit it on the right side of the head pin. So, for all intents and purposes, missed it. And then it bounced off of the left wall, over into the right wall, and took out that 10 pin. Sometimes luck is your best friend.
Yeah,
sometimes luck is your worst enemy.
True. But being lucky rather than good sometimes actually does work out.
Yep. It is. That's the absolute truth.
So 9 bowlers on the Peacocks roster, 8 freshmen.
8 freshmen. So they are very young, very new team. They have 1 junior.
Who is not in their starting lineup. So all 5 of their bowlers in front of us right now on lane 11. True freshmen.
Louisiana Tech with a solid game going. I'm not entirely sure if I'm believing what Coach Nantis was saying because they look like they're doing just fine right now.
Yeah, I'm not believing it. They're picking it up when they need to. And you look at their line right now, they haven't had to pick up much in this game. This has been one of the more impressive games that we've seen today.
Yeah, they're on 250 pace right now. And they already have that 23 pin lead. They're undefeated. No, they just lost last match to North Carolina A&T. That's right. But still, quality wins here at this tournament so far.
That was A&T's first win today.
Not great luck there for Upper Iowa. Went Brooklyn. I guess you can't be picky if you go Brooklyn because it wasn't a great shot to begin with, but generally you don't leave 4, 5, 7s when you go Brooklyn, but that was just, pins kind of fell weird. So so left with not an easy spare there.
Nice job by Louisiana Tech picking up that single pin spare in the 8th frame.
And Isabel Bergsbillen.
Yeah.
This is another one. There's a couple names on these lists that we have that are just like, we're going out on limbs here. We're doing the best we can. Bergs back in. That's a K. Okay, so this is where
That's okay.
this is where the all right, we're doing well. Louisiana Tech still clean. Going into the 10th frame on a strike. They're certainly in a good position to make up some pins if they were concerned about pinfall. I feel like that was my fault.
I think so. I think Caitlin Eder would agree. The junior splits that. Upper Iowa coming up with back-to-back strikes in the 7th and 8th frame. Deanna Hopkins. One thing I like watching Upper Iowa is they're not intimidated, and they're playing a tough field with a lot of travel. And I mean, they showed up and they're competing, and they're not really worried about what Louisiana Tech is doing in the lane next to them, and they're just playing their game. And I'm enjoying watching this new program.
And that might have something to do with how young they are. You know, sometimes stuff like that can work in your favor, but it can also kind of work against you. That might be an example of Upper Iowa's youth being a positive effect for them. Final score for Louisiana Tech, open in that 10th frame. 5-4 for a 212.
For a team sitting in 10th place with an ability to move into the top half of the field, that open frame of the 10th definitely left some pins on the table for them. One of those instances in today's matches where it doesn't really matter. Winning the game doesn't mean as much as finishing off well right there. They had such a good line to that point.
So Upper Iowa, 184 if they strike out here. Nicole Reynolds up in the 10th frame.
Nicole Reynolds, one of the few players for this Peacock squad recruited from down south, Grovetown, Georgia.
Interesting. I wonder what that would be like, going from Georgia to Iowa.
Culture shock comes to mind, I feel like. The other one, Deanna Hopkins, who's in their starting lineup out of Waco, Texas.
So they're recruiting then for a brand new program. They seem to have recruits from all over, so that's a good sign too. So final score for Upper Iowa, 161, also opened in that 10th frame. So both teams open in the 10th frame. Louisiana Tech 212, Upper Iowa 161. Louisiana Tech extends their lead from 23 to 74. Ashley Chanel is one of 3 former junior gold champions. Ashley Chanel, Danielle Jedlicki, who is in bowling the 3rd spot, and also Allie Liedendecker, bowling in the 4th spot. All junior gold champions. So they have premier talent on this team. They have Team Masters champions, they have junior gold, they have current Team USA members. There's a lot of talent on this team.
Yeah, top to bottom, that's an impressive starting lineup.
There's a huge up potential here for Louisiana Tech.
Lindsay Manning in their 2 spot, who's up now. Finished her freshman year leading the team. 3rd best on the team in spare conversion percentages. Over 70% and over a 34% strike percentage. So a good freshman campaign that she's coming off of. Recruited out of Tennessee.
She was also a Dexter All-American, which is one of those awards. I think it's a high school award, basically like a national All-American team, essentially. But basically, every single person in this lineup has some type of prestigious accolades already.
She was a multi-sport athlete in high school. She lettered in bowling 4 years, volleyball 2 years, and softball 2 years, and was a 3-time District 12 bowling MVP. So a well-rounded Louisiana Tech team.
Yes.
So maybe Coach Nantis was onto something, is playing well isn't enough for them. They're not playing up to expectations.
Yeah, maybe we just needed a little bit of this context to really understand where he was coming from. He has high expectations for them because they have essentially established that before they even got here, you know, from what they're doing outside of college bowling.
You mentioned ranked 17th. They moved up from 22nd. So anytime you can make a jump like that in the standings, you want to come into a tournament like this and continue to climb, make a jump like that again, and really get into that top 16.
And they only have 1 loss this tournament, and it came in the last match.
One of those almost fluke losses, too. I mean, you just ran into a team that you don't expect to put up the numbers they did in North Carolina. Just bowled an incredible game. Not to take anything away from what North Carolina A&T did, but I don't think you expect to see a 1,003 put up based on the day that they were having ahead of that matchup.
Right.
Tech picks up the spare. Matt Nantis, their head coach, a lot of personality, one of the more hands-on coaches during matches that we've seen today. There's a lot of charisma with this Louisiana Tech team. On the other side, Upper Iowa the same way. A lot of fans made the trip to watch this new program bowl. We heard them earlier at the start of this match cheering on Isabel Bergsbacon as she began.
Caitlin Eder getting the lucky trip 4 there, getting her team back on track, back on the strike train.
It's tough anytime you look up and you see those alternating strikes in the 1st and the 3rd and the 5th frames, and you just can't build the points off of those that you would like to.
Yes. They have what's called, there's a Dutch 200, where it's basically you go strike, spare, strike, the whole game, and you shoot 200 even. And I've done it once, and it's the most unsatisfying feeling ever. It's like, I couldn't figure out one lane. You struck every time on the other lane, but then that one lane, like what was it about that lane? I don't even know. But they used to give you like patches and awards for shooting a Dutch 200, and I was just like, I want none of that. I don't want any of it. I don't want an award for being perfect on one lane when I was bowling on 2.
Right? for Upper Iowa in the 5th frame. And a big strike there. So there's that back-to-back strike for the Peacocks that Louisiana Tech has not been able to pick up.
Louisiana Tech had that open in the 6th frame. But Lindsay Manning gets that strike again. This one's, I don't know if it would even count because they're bowling on the same lane. I don't know. I don't know how it works. I don't know. I don't even think they give Dutch 200 awards anymore.
There it is again, just not quite able to pick it up coming off of that strike.
Stick around after this match ends. We'll have updated final scores for the end of the day. We'll also come back and probably talk to a few coaches or players. We'll see who's available, who had good days, who had maybe not so good days, and who's willing to talk. So we'll try to get some people to come over and chat with us for a few minutes. So stick around. After this match ends, it will be the end of the day of competition. But we're going to stick around. We're still going to be on the live stream for a few more minutes, give you the final scores for the end of the day, and also see if we can get some insight from maybe some of these coaches, see what their game plans were.
Louisiana Tech picks up the spare. Allie Leondecker, a nice job. True freshman, picking up that single pin. Nice job. Upper Iowa picks it up as well. And it's Deanna Hopkins that we mentioned earlier. And right on cue, there's the strike in the 9th frame for Louisiana Tech as they stick to their pattern. So strikes in the 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 9th frame. The Peacocks beginning their 8th frame. They pick up a strike. Trying to close the gap here on that total pin count a little bit. That's up to 121 now for Upper Iowa. And Louisiana Tech for the first time picks up the back-to-back strikes as they begin their 10th frame. And that'll allow them to pull away just a little. Caitlin Eder coming up clutch. And a 6 there for the Peacocks. So as Dana mentioned, our 5th and final match of the day. We are in our 3rd game. We'll play 5. And another strike in Louisiana Tech is going to help their pin total at the end of this match. They've picked up 3 straight. And a nice job there picking up the spare on lane 12. Upper Iowa doing what they can to stay in that total pinfall count. Louisiana Tech finishing this one strongly from the 7th frame on.
Final score for Louisiana Tech, 193. Upper Iowa still finishing up their 10th frame. SFA is the pair right next to us, and they're another team that you can hear them no matter where they're at in the bowling alley.
I was thinking the same thing. And they're coming off a loss to Sam Houston. You know that's going to fire them up as they try and pick up a strong 5th game today against Duquesne. As they eclipsed 200, they finished with a 201. And so making noise for a reason over there.
SFA also fairly new program. They're younger than Sam Houston's program, so they're probably 8, 9 years old. Sam Houston, I think this is their 10th season. I think. Maybe don't quote me on that one.
Sounds right.
But SFA has 2 national championships already. Sam Houston only has 1, so I know that that's a point of pride that Sam Houston wants to get back, because Sam Houston won it before SFA did. But now SFA has 2 titles. Sam Houston still only has the 1.
I believe SFA's most recent was last year, if I'm not mistaken. Last year or the year before.
It was very recent. Upper Iowa just finishing up, has 1 more shot to throw. They can shoot 169. So Louisiana Tech is going to extend this lead even more.
SFA did finish the 2018-19 season as the #1 team in the country and garnered their 2nd national championship.
So there you go. That is the Battle of the Piney Woods.
Yes.
Bowling version. So final scores for this game. Louisiana Tech 193, Upper Iowa 169. That extends the lead for Louisiana Tech from 74 to 98. And it doesn't look like Louisiana Tech is really in any sort of trouble so far. Upper Iowa's averaging about a solid 167 or so. 168, 161, 169. Louisiana Tech for these 3 games is averaging a solid about 195, 191, 212, 193. Maybe even more than that, almost 200.
Right on cue, though, the Peacocks come out and strike their first set, their first frame, excuse me.
So, let's see, is this for the, so part of it, it seems like part of the reason why Sam Houston is so upset at SFA's 2nd national championship is because SFA actually knocked out Sam Houston from that tournament.
In the first round, and I had to go look it up, but I remember I thought there was some Bearcat heartbreak last year at the national championships, and it was at the hand of the Lady Jacks, who went on to also edge out 2nd-seeded McHenry University, who's here today, and I don't think those 2 have matched up yet. I don't think either of those 3 teams have matched up yet. So the Cat Clash here in 2019 might eventually see a couple of teams with some vendettas against each other on Sunday. And that
Right.
could be an entertaining championship day here.
And that's when Christina was here on the live stream. We were talking about that too, how sometimes rivalries form and you don't really know how they form or why they form. That's part of it. You know, SFA and Sam Houston have the rivalry that just exists. But, you know, there's no rivalry that exists with McKendree, with either of those schools. But now they're kind of in this weird triangle of they all kind of experienced similar things at the hands of SFA at last year's national championship tournament. And you know that they're thinking about that when they bowl them, especially early in the season.
So Stephen F. Austin sits in 8th right now after the first 4 games today. They were ranked 1st to begin the year. They dropped to 3rd. And now they're showing here today, losing a match to Sam Houston State. Could be a bit of a decline right now. And maybe if you're Stephen F. Austin, you're looking to kind of right the ship with the rest of the weekend.
Right. I talked to one of the coaches for SFA between matches before this one started. And he didn't elaborate much. He said that it wasn't close, because I thought the match that Sam Houston was close, and he said, no, they beat us. No, it wasn't close. And I was like, okay,
close.
I'm not going to ask anymore. It doesn't seem like you want to talk about it, so we won't.
So I had walked over and watched the 5th game, and it was within a few pins, and the match to me had seemed a little bit back and forth. Stephen F. Austin bowled an 822, their worst of the day, against those Sam Houston rivals, and the Bearcats put up a 965. So
that'll do it.
So maybe Duquesne might be experiencing a little bit of a reaction to that. SFA's putting up good numbers in this match, and it might be because they came off that 4th game today and wanted to make up for it. Louisiana Tech a good start here in this 4th game. Upper Iowa also a good start, but they face a split here in the 5th frame. I'm coming off volleyball last night. The word set continues to
Oh,
come
yeah.
out.
Volleyball's much faster than bowling.
It's an intense sport. That was also a Battle of the Piney Woods edition on the road in Nacogdoches.
Oh, so you went to Nacogdoches.
I did. Got back about 1 o'clock this morning.
So, fun story about Nacogdoches. When I was bowling for Sam Houston, I forget what tournament we were going to, but there was a tournament that we had to drive through Nacogdoches. And Coach Hagan, the current coach, he's still the same coach, still the same guy, same school. He pulled over on the side of the road where it said, "Welcome to Nacogdoches," and we took a picture along the side of the road with the Axe of Jacks down, and we posted it, and then we got in trouble by our athletic director.
Yeah.
He was like, "You guys got to take that down. You
Yeah.
can't do that." And I was just like, man, it's just a picture.
Right?
But it was all in good fun.
Well, that rivalry has evolved on social media as well. You have your hate week hashtags on Twitter prior to the football game every year. And most of it's good-spirited fun, but every now and then, one of those things comes up at one of those universities, and it's an intense rivalry if you've never been a part of it, for sure.
It's a long rivalry,
It
too.
is. It is.
I think is it the oldest rivalry in Texas?
Longest-running college football rivalry
Which
in
is
Texas.
crazy to think about. Like,
Oh,
think
it's
about
insane.
Texas A&M. Like, even some of the smaller schools, like Prairie View A&M and like Texas Southern, those kind of schools that have always played each other. It's interesting. It's crazy to think about. It's kind of cool.
It is. It's such an enjoyable game and enjoyable event. Getting to call it this year was a surreal experience. That was at NRG
In NRG
Yes.
Stadium, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely surreal. So Upper Iowa, back-to-back strikes and a 117 heading into the 8th frame. Louisiana Tech a couple frames behind, but they're going to have to bowl well here, and they do. They pick up a strike in the 6th frame from Ashley Chanel.
So Upper Iowa trying to keep this a match, I should say. They're going to have to make up some pins, though. They got 98 of them to get back before they can call themselves a winner.
That can't happen if you're Upper Iowa. It's just one of those roles that you wish you hadn't seen.
Yeah, that was a miss.
It happens sometimes. I mean, there's not much more to say. It's just bad situation, and you can see we mentioned a young team as Louisiana Tech misses as well. So open frames here. We mentioned a young team bounce back from it.
That's where you hope that Coach DePaul Miller can really take the lead with some of those players and really get them in a better mindset. The coach for some of these younger teams are so important in moments like this to make sure that their players don't get, down a bad rabbit hole that they can't get out of.
Both teams faltering just a little bit at the end here. If the Peacocks can pick it up, and they do, it's a nice spare to close out the ninth frame.
We haven't seen one of those in a while, but that's another one. That's at least the 5th gutter I've seen on a spare today.
Wow,
That's a lot of pins.
that is.
That's just given away.
That's one of those things when you look at the top teams and the ranked teams, there are certain things that the better part of the field just doesn't do, and that's one of them. You pick up your single pins and you don't gutter coming off of closed frames, and it's just something. I mean, to come back and pick that up is great, but that first roll needs to be stronger than that.
Right. Louisiana Tech can strike out for 204. Upper Iowa can fill this last shot here for 171. So final score for Upper Iowa, 170. Louisiana Tech still finishing up. Big double there from Caitlin Eder.
We've seen some very impressive 10th frames on these lanes today. The ability to close out games is probably going to be big moving in, especially tomorrow.
I feel like we've seen a lot today on this live stream. We've seen a lot of good, we've seen a lot of bad, we've seen a lot of the in-between. We've seen pretty cool spare conversions.
Yeah. I've seen a few teams that will probably be doing some single pin spare conversion practices, maybe even at the end of the day before they move on.
That's always the worst when you are at a tournament and you can feel that you guys are just missing a lot of spares, and in the back of your mind you're just like, gosh, we are going to be shooting spares for weeks.
Things like that.
So final scores for both teams. Upper Iowa 170. Louisiana Tech 192. Louisiana Tech now extends their lead even further to 120 pins. So Upper Iowa is going to need a big game and some help from Louisiana if they want to get a win.
Is this potentially the first match of the day on these lanes where the same team could pick up all 5 individual games?
I would say yes. I think that's true. Because, well, let's see. Tulane just did it,
Tulane
actually.
Okay,
Yep.
Tulane did it.
But otherwise, I think these are the only two.
Duquesne had the big 214.
That's right. So I think Louisiana Tech might be the only team we've seen today that has won each of their individual games head to head. Not that it matters, but you know, for
You
them,
have to feel good moving forward.
yeah, it's probably good for them if they were, you know, in need of a little bit of a boost. Try to find things anywhere that you can get that from.
So Channel for Louisiana Tech and Bergsbacon, the left-hander for Upper Iowa, both picking up strikes to begin the 5th frame for their for 5th game for their respective teams. A little help there from the pins for Lindsay Manning as she picks up a strike. Not a lot of help there from the pins for Alexandra Dombrowski as she picks up 9.
And that is SFA. Split from Louisiana Tech here on a double. Definitely want to at least get those 2 pins. Nurse that lead as much as you can.
Upper Iowa has done a nice job of picking up those single pins.
Yeah, I think they seem like they have a lot of potential. It'll be interesting to watch them as the team gets older. They start recruiting and getting their feet, you know, solid in the recruiting game.
Yeah, a core of freshmen learn for a year, compete next year, and then maybe move into a position where you're one of the more dominant teams, at least in your region, but maybe around the country. I mean, the fact that they sit in 15th here and the performance they're turning in right now on these lanes says a lot about coming into a competition like this. And the fact that there's 14 teams above them, those teams are very, very good. It's not a testament to Upper Iowa not performing well, it's just other teams performing very strongly.
Right.
It's 3 straight strikes for SFA. That's the reaction you hear in the background. Lady Jacks are loving it.
And it looks like we're waiting on a ball return on lane 11. See it sitting back there still.
Haven't had many delays today. This will be the second of this match, though.
That's 4 strikes from SFA.
They may have commentated that for us.
Yep. Their cheer definitely told us exactly what was going on.
Louisiana Tech back up. They will pick up those 2 pins. So an open 3rd frame, but at least they get those 2.
Up in Iowa, they're down, but you're right, they don't show any it doesn't seem to faze them at all. Who they're bowling against, who's in the field. It seems like they truly believe that they belong. Louisiana Tech, double open double. At least they made up for the open with those doubles there.
And a 4th strike of the game. They're making a little bit of noise over here, figuratively and literally. A little bit of emotion from Tech after that 4th strike. Do they have another? No. So Upper Iowa, their last game, a 170. That's their best game of this match, but they are 170 pins away, 165 pins away from their top score today. So their 5th match could be their best of the afternoon.
Spare from Upper Iowa, still clean through 6 frames. I don't really know what to call that. I mean, that was certainly lucky,
Yeah.
but it was, yeah, trip 3-pin forward. Every so often, you get those kinds of breaks.
And that was not luck. That was just a very good roll right there in the 7th frame from Alexander Dombrowski.
No doubts on that one.
And with the huge lead that Louisiana Tech has, only 5 pins separate this match right now. So you're not gonna chip into that deficit here in the fifth game. But going a little head-to-head here.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking, is that Upper Iowa, they might not even be thinking about the total scores. They're probably just looking at the score right next to them and saying, we're going to win this game.
Yeah, against the number 17 team in the country. Let's go compete. And they're doing that right now. It's a 3-pin difference here after the 8th frame. A chance for Louisiana Tech to pick up a single pin. They will. So 152 to 147, but the Peacocks coming off of a strike, and look at that.
Setting themselves up very nicely going into the 10th frame.
A really nice 5th game for a team that's been averaging 163.9 pins.
So, and again, don't forget that after this match ends, this is the last game. This is the 5th game of the 5th match. So this is our last competition match of the day, but we will have score updates for you. We'll take a little bit of a break until we get those scores. We'll announce those scores for you so you know exactly where everyone's at before we start tomorrow. And also we're gonna talk to some people, or we're gonna at least try to. We'll try to hunt down some coaches, see if we can get more insight into their game plan, see, you know, their thoughts on the day.
I don't think either one of us really know what to say.
Yeah, we both just sat up and opened our eyes really wide. That was an awesome spare. I don't know if I've ever seen it made that way before.
Given the game they're having and how close the score is to Tech, that was potentially one of the most impressive shots we've
And that
seen
was
today.
in the 10th frame. That was pretty cool.
That's a strong finish for the Peacocks
That's,
today.
yes, that's fun to see. That was exciting. 2-12, final score for Upper Iowa.
I think if you're Upper Iowa, you have a lot to be proud of with what you just did to finish off Friday, and you got to feel good. Louisiana Tech tried to have some magic of their own. They did not quite pick it up, so they'll finish up as well. 186 for Louisiana Tech. Is that an 880 for the Peacocks? Easily their best score of the day. And they'll drop the match to Tech, but they will be 2-3. So a couple of wins, and they just need to get that total pin count up moving into tomorrow. Louisiana Tech will finish the day 4-1.
They also finished with a 974 5-game total for this match. So not a bad set. They might jump up a little bit again with that. That seems like a pretty solid score for the pattern today.
And that's also easily their best of the day. They had been in a steady decline since the 930 in the first match, so to jump back up to a 974 will help. And they're fighting to get into that top half. And 8 and 9 right next to them with SFA and Duquesne. You got to think maybe you can jump one of them with the pin total in this match. From
And
the noise
Duquesne
we're hearing.
is right next to them, so I'm sure that at least Coach Nantis is peeking over looking at what those scores look like. So we're going to take a quick break. Like I said, we are done with competition for today, but we're not done on the live stream. We still have final scores to give you for the end of the day today. And also, we're going to try to talk to a couple people. So stick around. We hope to get some of the coaches, some of the top coaches, some of the coaches that we didn't think were going to be doing as good as they were supposed to be doing, or as good as they are doing. So we'll try to talk to a couple people. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with final scores and more insight from coaches.
So we are back. Day one has concluded. With me, Matt Nantis, Louisiana Tech head coach. I want to talk for a second before we get completely into your day specifically. When you handed us your team's notes, you made a comment, we look good on paper, not so much on the lanes. Are you kind of sticking by that after the finish you guys had?
Yep. We didn't have a very good day on the lanes. We missed a lot of spares. I mean, it's a challenging pattern, but we didn't make some quality shots in the middle part of the day. I was a little frustrated, so coming into this match, we just went in with a different mindset that no matter what, we're going to bowl fearless and see how it ended up.
So this is a tough field, to say the least. You guys were ranked 22nd. You made that jump up to 17. This is kind of one of those, come and improve yourself tournaments. What was your mentality and kind of your team message as you guys arrived here for this field specifically?
Basically, it was we bowl our game. We don't care what anybody else does. We're pretty young as a team, but our chemistry is really good, and we're just getting better every week.
And then your message moving forward, I guess, going into tomorrow. You made a comment to us earlier about not picking up your spares. What can you guys kind of do quickly to change that pace, and what else do you need to do to make that jump that you need to before Sunday?
Well, we know how the lanes are going to play, so practice session tomorrow, we're just going to focus on shooting some spares, make sure that they know the line that they're going to be playing. It's a little bit different with it being a shorter pattern, so it's just something that we have to work on.
Excellent. Matt Nantis, Louisiana Tech head coach. We appreciate your time. Best of luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
We will be back. We still have Sam Houston State, Prairie View A&M on deck, and some final stats when we return to the 2019 Cat Clash.
Or would you like me?
I think that's fine. So we're here with Brad Hagan, head coach of Sam Houston State University. So Brad, you finished 4-1 on the day. How do you feel about 4-1? Happy with it?
Yeah, overall, 4-1's fine. We did leave a lot of pins out there. We had too many sub 180 games, and we can't do that. And with this field, it's strong, but scoring pace is low, so get out with 4-1. I'm good.
Cool. Do you think that you all being the host played any influence on, your familiarity with the center? Do you think that any of that had an impact on benefit or not benefit?
Or not benefit?
Yeah, what do you think?
I think it's tough because this is kind of a road event, even though it's our home event. I think there was some early on jitters in the first match. Cost us quite a few pins. Luckily, we were able to come back and win, as you saw on the live stream, which was not pretty. But yeah, there's always, it doesn't help because we don't get to practice here. We test a pattern for 90 minutes. We don't get to see the other teams in the other traffic. We test it on dead pairs, which aren't in competition. So there's a lot of unknowns, but the pattern today was not our issue. Location was, but I'm glad we got away with what we did.
So what's the game plan for tomorrow? So it's different format, regular team, full Baker game, or not Baker games, regular team games. Same game plan? What do you think? Are those spares gonna be the same in those team games?
Yeah, the game plan, the original game plan is not going to change much. We actually had a very good look. I think it was nerves, day one, home event, a little emotional to begin with. Location was our problem. So again, that's a mental thing, and that's what we got to reset. We got to talk about it. But we're going to stick mostly with the same game plan. We're going to change some surfaces, which I'm about to do, but hopefully we'll get out of the gates a little quicker.
Great. Well, good bowling today. Nice to have you on. Appreciate it.
Appreciate your help.
Yep, and I'll see you around.
All right, thank you.
And We are here. We have final scores now for our 5 Baker matches. So we're going to go through those. We have a couple talking points that we want to just point out. But first of all, number 1 seed, University of Nebraska. They're the only undefeated team so far through 5 games, through the whole first day. They're averaging 197, so just under the 200 threshold mark. Second place is McKendree University. They're 3-2, which plays into that idea again of kind of depends on your draw. Third place is Sam Houston State University. They're 4-1, averaging 192. Fourth place is North Carolina A&T. Made a big jump there at the end. They are averaging 189 for the tournament. In fifth place is Arkansas State. They're 3-2, now also averaging 189. Couple pins less. They're about 16 pins behind North Carolina A&T. In sixth place is the sleeper Prairie View A&M. They are 4-1 on the tournament so far. In sixth place, averaging 185, right in the hunt in this tournament. Seventh place, Stephen F. Austin, 3-2 record in seventh place, averaging 184. And again, rounding out the top 8 is Louisiana Tech. They just finished on our featured pair. They're 4-1 on the day and averaging about 182.
So I think one of the big surprises is Stephen F. Austin University, sitting in the 7th spot, defending national champions. Dropped a couple of matches today, one of them to Sam Houston State, who sits in the 3 spot as one of only 3 teams above that 190 threshold that we kind of mentioned today. But yeah, the defending national champions down in 7, and just as surprising as Prairie View A&M sitting above them. What a day for the Panthers. I mean, that's a good showing.
I would say that's probably my biggest takeaway from today is how good Prairie View A&M is bowling, and are they the real deal? Can they keep this up for the whole season?
Sam Houston State University coach Brad Hagan mentioned to us off camera that those middle teams in this particular invitational get stronger every year. I think Prairie View is the definition of that right now. So running down through that, Tulane University, they're also 4-1. They sit at number 9. That's a team that we thought might crack that top half, and they kind of took a slide at the end. They played their best game of the day actually in front of us, that 4th match. And then Duquesne, the team they faced off with, just 2-3, and they are just right behind them, 178.9. Or 180.2 compared to 180.9 between Tulane and Duquesne. So those top 10 teams all above that 180 pins per game average. Number 11, Jackson State, who showed flashes today, and that one win was a huge win, but they just couldn't really get it going after that. So they're 11th. Youngstown is 12th. All of them are in that 172, 178 range. Alabama State University at 13, 170.5. And then Texas Southern, Upper Iowa University, the Peacocks, who we saw at the end, and then Southern University Baton Rouge, the only winless team on the day. But I don't think these standings are what are going to stick through tomorrow. I think this is going to get shaken up before Sunday.
I think so too, just based on the difference between a Baker set versus a regular team set. It's harder to hide weaker players. It's harder to hide open frames when you have so many frames in one match. So it'll be interesting to see, but I think you're right that there's going to be some shuffling going on just based on the different formats and the nature of those different formats.
So we are back here tomorrow. What time does the action get started?
Tomorrow we'll be live at 9:30, so don't miss it. We'll be here probably a few minutes before 9:30, but competition starts at 9:30, and I don't know our schedule just yet, so I don't know who's going to be on the featured pair for the first match. But you can check YouTube. We'll put it in the description so that you know who all is going to be playing and when they're going to be playing.